Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Mayor Erica A. Stewart, and I'm here with all of the council members in person. And let's go ahead and Councilmember Boswell, will you do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. So today we just finished a closed session, and City Attorney, would you like to report out?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet in closed session on one matter of conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, consideration of initiation of one potential case, and there was no reportable action taken on that matter.
Thank you very much. So today we get to start with a few proclamations. It's always a fun thing to do, get to share about what's going on in our community. And this month is National Mentoring Month. So we have the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County is celebrating their 30th anniversary, and they'd like to have us share out about their life-changing mentoring programs. So here we go, and then I'll meet you, Carol, at the podium. So whereas Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County have provided 30 years of life-changing mentoring programs. Since opening for service in 1995, volunteer mentors have improved the lives of over 4,000 local children. Big Brothers Big Sisters mentoring programs are an evidence-based prevention program with statistically significant effectiveness at reducing drug use and violence, improving youth mental health, and academic performance. 98% of children in Big Brothers Big Sisters programs graduate from high school, and 75% continue their post-high school education. Volunteer mentors and professional staff support family wellness and ensure that child safety standards are met. Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County's volunteers invested over 19,200 hours of volunteer time in 2024. So that is just valued at $643,008 by the independent sector. So Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County has been honored with numerous awards by Big Brothers Big Sisters of America, including the prestigious 2023 Growth Award. So whereas the City of San Luis Obispo formally recognizes the month of January as National Mentoring Month and embraces the vision that all children should achieve their full potential, now therefore I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby recognize Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County on their 30th anniversary for the quality youth mentoring programs that they provide for the children and families in San Luis Obispo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Do you mind if I say a few words? 3 minutes. Okay, I can do that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Welcome, Councilmember Boswell. Happy New Year to all of you. My name is Carol Florence, and I am here representing Big Brothers Big Sisters of San Luis Obispo County. First, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Council for this proclamation. National Mentor Month holds a special meaning not just for me, but for all of us who believe in the power of mentorship. Mentorship is more than just offering guidance. It's about building connections, nurturing growth, and empowering youth to their fullest potential. It's also about being a steady presence in someone's life, whether it's showing them a new perspective, providing a word of encouragement, or offering a helping hand during difficult times. As a 2-decade-long board member, I witnessed the transformative impact of a strong mentorship relationship can have, not only on those we mentor, but also on ourselves. Through these relationships, we become better listeners, learners, and leaders. We realize that every conversation, every shared experience holds the power to shape a life. I want to honor all the mentors and the mentees in our community, to the mentors who give their time and hearts, and to the mentees who embrace the lessons and opportunities with an open mind and a tremendous amount of courage. Together, we create a ripple effect that goes beyond the individual and into the neighborhoods, our schools, and our organizations. The work we do today echoes into the future, helping to create stronger, more connected communities for years to come. Finally, I encourage everyone to consider becoming a mentor in this new year. And I know that all of you know that each of us has the ability to make a difference. You don't have to have all the answers to be a mentor or a council member for that matter. You just have to be willing to listen, share, and walk alongside someone as they grow. It truly takes little to be super big. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for this very important proclamation. I look forward to continuing to work together to support, guide, and support the next generation of leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carol, and thank you for your 20 years of service as well. That's amazing. Well, next we get to introduce you to our new Economic Development and Tourism Manager, Laura Fiedler, and I will ask Deputy City Manager Craig Herman to come up and introduce her.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm very happy to be here tonight to be able to introduce you to Laura Fiedler, our new Economic Development and Tourism Manager for the city. In her role, she'll be leading the team responsible for developing and implementing strategies that enhance our economic strength at the city through business development, retention, expansion, as well as job creation and tourism promotion. She brings to us a mix of both public and private sector experience, which she'll have an opportunity to tell you a little bit more about in a moment. And you also may recognize her from a recent previous role at the County of San Luis Obispo as their Economic Development Manager. I'm really excited personally to have Laura as a part of the team, and really look forward to all of you getting an opportunity to get to know her a little bit better and the many talents that she'll be bringing to the position. And with that, I'm happy to introduce Laura.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, thank you to Greg and to Mayor Stewart and council members for the warm welcome to the city. It's been an amazing month so far. Also, huge thank you to our city leadership and colleagues here for showing me the ropes. Can't believe it's been a month already. So I'm honored to have joined the city as the Economic Development and Tourism Manager here. For me, it's a particular privilege to be serving in the city where I was lucky enough to be born and raised. And while I certainly loved my childhood in San Luis Obispo, I didn't fully appreciate what a wonderful place it was until I left. And in the 15 years that I was gone, I lived in 7 cities on a couple different continents, but I feel luckiest to be right back here in our community, not only with my family, but to have the privilege to be raising my own 2 boys here who are 1 and 4. So I did not bring them tonight because they're a little squirrely around dinner time, but maybe we can bring them to another public hearing to see the city in action at some point. And so while many may extol the various virtues of our city in terms of its natural beauty or its weather, what really drew me back here and drew me particularly to seek employment with the city is how much the people here care about making it a better place. And I've really long admired the city's focus on public engagement and the numerous ways that you seek feedback from people and how many people actually respond to surveys and show up at events and share what they think is best to make the city a better place. And so I think that really high level of engagement makes it a very dynamic place to live, work, and to visit. And so in addition to my personal passion for this city, I also bring to the role my professional experience in both the private and public sector. As Greg mentioned, the common theme throughout my background has been working at the intersection of businesses, government, and the community. And what I enjoy most is helping people from different sectors come together to achieve common goals, such as creating these vibrant places that we love so much, providing meaningful career paths and workforce development opportunities, or removing barriers to creating and growing businesses right here in our city. So now that I have a full month under my belt here at the city, I'm looking forward to diving into the implementation of our Economic Development Strategic Plan and the Visit San Luis Obispo Strategic Plan. And I also feel fortunate to be joining you right as you're kicking off the 2025 to 2027 financial planning process, as well as the Major City Goals update. So I really look forward to hearing from you on the council, as well as from the community on those priorities over the coming weeks. And just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to come and introduce myself, and I appreciate the warm welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to hear a little bit more about you at today's meeting, so thank you. Well, next we have the city manager report, but I think from the flurry of running in from the closed session, I just didn't get to say a few things. And I just want to first say, I can't believe we're here on January 14th, but Happy New Year. It seems like so old hat now, but it really still is happening. And I really want to just, I was thinking about last week, and Thursday was honored as the day of mourning. Our past president, Jimmy Carter, lived to the ripe old age of 100. So we had quite an experience seeing so many different presidents come in and share about his life, and just thought, as we're saying goodbye to old and coming into new, there's just a lot of changes happening right here in the U.S. And I really also wanted to say that I deeply am so sorry for everyone down south who was going through these horrible fires. I personally originally came from Santa Rosa before I came to Cal Poly, and back in 2017 we had the horrible fires that swept through the city. And while it's terrible, no matter what happens, no matter where the fires are, when people experience it in their own homes, it's such a different experience. And I hope that you all and anyone that's watching is really thinking about your own go bag and your own preparedness in your own family. Does your family know where to go if something is to happen? Do you know where you're meeting? Do you have your water? Do you have your backup batteries? All the things. And I know that the city manager and Chief Tuggle will be sharing a little bit about that, but I just really want to say from the bottom of our hearts here that all of the council is continuing to make sure that you are as safe as possible. And that word safe may mean different things for different people, but in this case, I'm really talking about emergencies and where we're all at. And lastly, talking about safety, I did ask for our city manager to share a little bit more also about our farmers market and I know that what we have are called something different, and I should have got that before, but we looked into bollards right in front of the farmers market earlier on while I was on the council because of the Paris the van that drove down Champs-Élysées in Paris, and people were injured and killed. And so at that time, we said, we need to think about what's happening here. And at that time, we looked into all different types of bollards. Some were the ones that go down and make it really smooth and neat down into the ground. But we realized also that cool technology was not possible to be repaired here. We did not have that kind of repair service at a quick access. So we did what we did, which was looking at these different types of opportunities so that you cannot just drive right down Farmers Market. And so I asked the city manager to share a little bit about that as well, just because I want sometimes just the everyday stuff that we do, we don't really talk about. And so that's why we'll be sharing about that today. So thank you so much. I'll kick it off back to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members, and I'll echo pretty much all the sentiments. Happy New Year to everyone. It's amazing that, we're halfway through the month, but this is the first time some of us have seen each other this year, and so we're really happy to welcome everyone into the chamber tonight. Next step, our first few slides here for tonight are related to the fires happening in Southern California. We wanted to start with letting everybody know that our own resources have been deployed toward this effort. Our crews dispatched to the fires in Los Angeles County, and they're doing well. We wanted to assure everyone is doing well and is safe. There's an enormous amount of devastation in the area. I'm sure a lot of people have been looking pretty closely at what's been happening down there. Our crews are currently patrolling neighborhoods behind the fire front lines, looking for hot spots and putting out fires that start from smoldering embers. So there's a huge amount of work that continues even in those those areas that look like they may be safe at this point. Our medic rescue crew is also there to support the needs of those who are in service and impacted by the fires as well. We do want to reiterate, as the mayor mentioned, that while we do have staff down at the fires in Los Angeles, we're fully staffed here in the city, and we're prepared to respond to any emergency. So please don't be concerned about us not having adequate staffing here to respond to our own needs. This slide up on the screen identifies the specific individuals who are down in the 2 fires or 3, and I believe they're mostly in the Palisades fire area, and we're really grateful for the support they're giving to our state and some of us may be family members, colleagues, friends. Personally, I've been pretty glued to this. I grew up very close to the Eaton fire and had family members who had to evacuate, and so knowing that our own staff are down there helping the cause in general is heartwarming, but at the same time, again, we are very careful to make sure that we're staffed here appropriately to respond to our own needs. So many thanks to our team and their families as well for supporting them in those efforts. Next, we wanted to make sure everyone's aware, and probably most people have seen it, that there was a red flag warning issued for our area. You can kind of see that image up in the upper left-hand corner is the pink areas where that red flag warning has been issued for. The little tendril that goes up to the side gets up kind of close to San Luis Obispo. It doesn't reach into the city, but it does reach into some of the hills nearby. So what a red flag warning is a weather advisory. It's issued by the National Weather Service, and it indicates that conditions are favorable for the rapid spread of wildfires. It typically means that there are high winds and low humidity, and this can dry out vegetation and make it more susceptible to ignition, which of course is what we saw down in Southern California. Warm temperatures can sometimes accompany a red flag warning as well. Please note that this does not directly affect our city currently. It's not issued reaching down into the city, but it is close enough, and we certainly understand concerns that folks might have about what this means for us here. So we encourage everyone to always be prepared for wildfires. There are 3 steps you can take to be prepared, which is getting ready for wildfires by hardening your home, meaning clearing out landscaping and things around your house that could ignite, creating a defensible space, and selecting fire-resistant plants. You can get ready by preparing both your home and your family for potential evacuation, by learning your evacuation routes, your emergency contacts, and packing a go bag. And I will say, from my aunt in Sierra Madre, make a list of the things that you need to take with you, because in a moment of panic, when you get an evacuation order, you might not remember everything, and so make that list. We started doing that over the weekend myself, so that's a little note from my Aunt Andrea, so thank you, Andrea. And then, of course, when notified, evacuate. An evacuation warning means to be ready to go, and an evacuation order means it's time to go, and we can't emphasize enough how important it is to heed those orders and warnings. And then we have some resources listed up on the screen here for anyone who wants to get some additional resources. There are checklists available as well for people at these websites to help you kind of walk through those steps. So the last item we wanted to address related to fire planning and resiliency is related to our water supply. We know that's been a big concern and question down in Los Angeles, and we wanted to give everyone a little bit more information of where we're at with our water system and kind of how it works and how it comes into play during a fire. So of course, we continue to evaluate ways that we can continue better serving our community when it comes to natural disaster preparedness. We have emergency action plans that are written that help us plan for earthquakes, fires, storms, floods, all possible emergencies. We do simulations, we do tabletop exercises, we do those in coordination with our partners as well. So it's a normal part of our process is making sure we're ready to go when an emergency happens. Our water system uses a distributed storage system for our water tanks. This means we have multiple water storage tanks strategically placed around the city rather than relying on one centralized location. You can probably think of why that would be more problematic rather than our distributed system. It allows for more efficient water distribution, improves reliability, and allows us to meet demand fluctuations to maintain water pressure. So that's incredibly important as well during an emergency. Our water treatment plant is also equipped with a new Tesla battery and a backup diesel generator that allows us to continue producing water. So if power goes out, you can rely on us for that to keep flowing. The Salinas Reservoir and Whale Rock Reservoir are also equipped with backup diesel generators, and this means 2 out of the 3 of our water supplies are also on backup power. Our distribution pump stations are also equipped with, or can be equipped with portable and mobile generators, and that makes sure that our pumps are continuing to operate. We use modeling to quantify operational decisions that are needed for fire flow, and we keep in really close contact with the fire department during an event. Our staffs are highly coordinated and are on scene at our hydrants and at our pumps in order to make sure that fire flow is consistent. Our water distribution operators, they work year-round to test and maintain our fire hydrants to make sure they're operational. And then if we're threatened with high wind, heat, or other weather patterns, such as the red flag warning that we just got, staff proactively fill our water tanks so they're ready. And we have done that for this week. So we just want to, this is kind of a good example, gives you a little bit of a behind the scenes how we're prepared so that if a fire happens, our hydrants are ready and we have the water available. So that kind of rounds out the discussion of our fire preparedness and what we've been doing to help in this particular situation. And then our next slide here is speaking to the farmers market security review. So of course, in the wake of the tragic terror attack on New Year's Day in New Orleans, our police department quickly mobilized to review our farmers market security posture. Over the past few years, the department has doubled security staff for the event, and the city has heavily invested in Meridian vehicle barriers, that's what they are, for the perimeter of the event. We have these vehicle barriers at all 9 entrances to the farmers market, and they've been highly effective for us. The department also uses an array of security cameras, and we typically participate in a number of different seasonal activations. So this includes booths and additional staffing, as well as a number of other regional law enforcement agencies. You probably see them at some of our law enforcement nights. And so oftentimes there are quite a number of additional law enforcement personnel on site. So of course, we don't stop there. We are continuing to evaluate and monitor. Our next steps will be continuing our close coordination and planning with Downtown SLO on our emergency response, continuing investment in security equipment and staff as needed, and consistent with this type of event and scale. We have done an analysis using national standards to make sure that we're keeping abreast of the most recent and best available information. So we want to make sure everybody's aware that we are continuing to look at that. Next, we wanted to just highlight a solid waste rate adjustment process that we are getting into and we'll be talking about in a lot more detail at our next council meeting next Tuesday. So the city received a request from San Luis Garbage Company, which is our trash hauler, to raise rates by almost 8% to cover the rising costs of collection and disposal. We reviewed those in great detail, including with some assistance from a consultant, and negotiated some new rates, as well as a new franchise agreement that is proposed to include a number of service enhancements. So we want to let everyone know this would include free bulky item pickups for furniture and appliances, a 20% discount for low-income residents, free curbside holiday tree collection, and 1 free cart swap out each year. So if your cart gets damaged or extra grimy, I think especially the green waste bins tend to get that way, you can call and request a swap out for free once a year. In addition, commercial customers that had not been paying for separate recycling services in the past are proposed to pay for those. So that will be a kind of maybe the biggest change in terms of impacts to our customers overall. And so we're holding separate and kind of special information sessions for businesses on tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the Ludwig Community Center to go over any questions that our business owners might have about this change to the rates. For residential customers, that change in recycling it doesn't impact them. Your recycling service is included in your normal garbage rate. And the new rates and our proposed franchise agreement will be introduced at our meeting next Tuesday for discussion. And from there, we go through a Proposition 218 hearing process. So action will not happen until March. At least that's as proposed. Next, I know it's been a while since we've met, so we do have quite a few updates. We wanted to let everyone know where we're at with the Laguna Lake Dog Park project. Construction continues, and it's now 2/3 of the way completed, so we're making really good progress. Our major items of work completed include ADA concrete pathways and earthwork to regrade the site. The contractor is currently working on fine grading and irrigation work and is expected to begin planting trees and shrubs in February. So it's on track for completion in March, and we'll be providing more information on the grand opening timeline as we get closer to completion. And some folks may, going on to our next slide, notice that we have formally kicked off construction of the Mission Plaza enhancement project. So there is now construction fencing that has been installed. We've issued a press release and we've issued postcards to businesses around the area so they're all aware of what's happening. We've collaborated with SLOMA on some art for the fencing itself, and we'll be taking next steps on this project over the next couple months. Again, we installed construction fencing. We'll be installing a temporary crosswalk on Monterey Street, as well as a temporary electrical panel and temporary irrigation. And so we just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that we're kicking off this project. Construction started yesterday, and I'm told we are on schedule and on budget. So 2 days in, it's good. You got to take the wins where you have them. Next, we wanted to make sure everybody's aware of SLO Restaurant Month. The City of SLO has launched a month-long celebration of our diverse and delicious culinary offerings. This happens all throughout the month of January. And after the success of last year's inaugural SLO Restaurant Week, we heard from both patrons and restaurants that they really would like a full month for the program. So participating restaurants have put together great deals for diners with options at every price point, from prefix menus to happy hour deals, discounted menu items. So there's really something for everyone to enjoy. So please head on over to visitslo.com/restaurant month to get more information. Next, we wanted to make sure everyone was aware that we've resumed our 6 express routes. So the 6 express route bus service from Cal Poly campus to downtown SLO Farmers Market has resumed and will be in place through June. And this has been a really successful route for us with an average of 275 riders every Thursday. So we just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware that that's up and running. And it's planned to continue through June 19th. And next, we wanted to highlight some good news from the Office of Sustainability and Natural Resources on a few different items of note. One is the City of SLO, the Diversity Coalition, and CAPSO were awarded another $400,000 grant by the Department of Energy's Buildings Upgrade Prize. This funding will help our mobile home residents improve their homes to reduce their energy bills. SLO also received 2 platinum level beacon awards at the 2024 League of Cities conference for reducing municipal natural gas usage by 28% between 2019 and 2022, which is pretty remarkable. In just 3 years, we almost got to 30% reduction, as well as the city's statewide leadership efforts on climate action. Finally, we have city staff members, Freddie Audi and Lucia Pullman, are slated to receive a CAL FIRE Director's Award For the Johnson Ranch cultural burn, along with Yakchichu Tilhini tribal members Becca Lucas and Kelsey Schaefer. So we wanted to highlight that really amazing program that we've done in collaboration, and the others have taken note, and we've received an award for that. And then the last item here is really just to highlight some upcoming agenda items on the 21st. There will be a proposed letter supporting a legislative advocacy that SLOCOG has initiated to potentially, if they move forward with a sales tax measure, they are seeking legislation for that measure to be exempt from the 2% Bradley-Burns cap. It's fairly wonky, but that item will be on the agenda, on the consent agenda. We have our annual comprehensive financial report, the solid waste item that I mentioned earlier, and then we are slated to hear an appeal of a planning commission approval of a conditional use permit for a cannabis retail storefront. So those are our items slated for next week. That, because it's next week, that agenda packet will be released tomorrow morning, and we'll be ready to go and hopefully see everyone again next week. Thank you for hanging in there with me on quite a long report. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a long report, but it was a lot of information that was really helpful and interesting, and we've had a lot go on, and when we don't have meetings for a couple weeks, it really adds up as to what's happening. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager, for that really thorough report. I had a couple of inquiries from community members about reporting concerning areas that were overgrown or brushy, or being able to draw attention to things that they feel like they need to be cleaned out for fire safety. And I was wondering if Ask SLO is the appropriate venue for that, or if there's a suggestion of how they should better manage those requests.
Ask SLO would be ideal. That would be a great mechanism to make sure. One of the best features of that app is it allows us to essentially geotag something, and so if somebody's able to show us exactly where they're concerned, then that would be a really great mechanism. Otherwise, an email or something else, but Ask SLO would be most effective for us, yeah.
Excellent. And just want to thank everybody for all of the hard work they've been putting in, particularly our fire crew with heading down south. So thank you so much for everything you're doing here and there.
Thank you so much. Well, next we have your opportunity to share your thoughts. We have the 3-minute public comment. And before we get to public comment, if you haven't had a chance to put in your little yellow, like half-page yellow slip to the city clerk to be able to put your comments in, please make sure you do. I will remind you all of the public comment civility guidelines as people have their last-minute chance to get it and everything in. Please just encourage you to please listen first, respect different opinions, show courtesy, criticize constructively, and debate the policy, not the person. Also, in support of each other, if you really love what someone's saying, use the ASL, don't clap and woo. Also, don't boo. If you really dislike it, just put your hands like this, we can see it, and we'll go from there. So moving on to public comment, City Clerk, who is next?
Before I announce, I just have one question. Laura Albers, are you actually wanting to speak on the budget item or on council priorities? Council priorities. Okay, so we have 5 speakers then. Okay. Our first speaker is Percy Jones, followed by Brett Cross, and then Kathy Walker.
So, good evening to all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm on the clock, so I'm gonna talk as quickly as possible. My name is Percy Jones. I'm a retired LA City Battalion Chief with 42 years of service in LA. The Pacific Palisades was my first stint when I retired. I lived in SLO County for 21 years, and I raised my kids here. They all went to SLO High, and so I am a resident. I'd like to thank the citizens of SLO City Fire for helping out down south, because they really need the help. But leaning forward, I would like to have strong consideration that the city take the lead on community-based training for large-scale incidents. community-based training. The fire department is trained, police officers are trained, but what has happened and what works in LA, because I worked with LAPD, the sheriff, and all the HOAs from the Palisades to Brentwood, and that's a long stretch. That's past the 405. And when the public is aware and have worked with community leaders, fire, police, it really helps. And what's amazing about this fire, unfortunately, each life means something, correct? So far, the loss of life is minimum so far based on what we have seen. And part of that is we trained and trained the community as well. I know we have Ready, Set, Go and all the other things. So if SLO City can take the lead, you mentioned tabletop exercise, we could do full-on training, but we have to start somewhere and get those community leaders involved, your stakeholders involved, and guess what? It's a force multiplier. They will start preaching what the fire department is saying, what the police is saying. Evacuation is all law enforcement that's behind me. That's important. And so hopefully the city can take the lead. I'm working on the county, that's another big story. But someone has to take the lead because for mutual aid is for everyone. I'd like to thank you in advance for allowing me to speak, and hopefully I'll be able to hear something from you guys sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. Councilmember Boswell. Everybody will be your friend until 3 or 4 months from now. Mike, when were you on the commission? How long ago was that? Was it 10 years ago? 15, yeah. Anyways, Carol Florence left, but one of the, I'm a member of the Morway Yacht Club. Not here to speak about that, but we do a Big Brother, Big Sister event there. It's pretty fun. Kids seem to like it when none of them would drown, so that's a plus. I would really like to thank the council and the staff for putting neighborhood wellness at least on the goal-setting agenda for us. You know, it's been a while, and I get it that, you know, it's really come about because of some of the issues we're having, especially in the Alta Vista neighborhood, and just noise overall. And RQN will be more involved as we move through this process. But I think one of the things we're looking for is to really try to look at the neighborhood services manager position and where that really should be and what it should really be. You know, I'm thinking back to Rob Brin. I don't know how many people, of course, Jan knew Rob, and that position was started with Rob, and I'm not even sure who started the SNAP program. It might have been Rob. Rob did. And then, you know, Ardith took over.
Chief in Cal Poly.
Yeah. And so, and that program got started because you just don't have the resources. It's not a good use of resources to have the police officers are trained to do a lot more important things in life than handing out noise violations. So we had a SNAP program because you need to get that party quieted down. Well, I think we need to move beyond that at some point to where we're using our community service officers. And I know you got an email from the chief talking about the CSOs and their use. So, you know, as we look forward, you know, kind of into the process, to think a little bit more globally about what that position of neighborhood services manager should be, and going out and talking with the community to say, hey, what would you like that person to be doing? You know, we've got and it makes a difference. You know, Bob Hill is here. He's now in the sustainability department, but, you know, he started off in natural resources and was really brought in to purchase properties for us. And we purchased a lot of properties, and now we have sustainability. But it's important to have those positions because they can really push forward that agenda for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After Kathy Walker, it's John Ashbaugh, then Laura Albers, and then finally Carolyn Smith.
My husband and I were recently featured in the Tribune, and the article was picked up by other news organizations nationally and internationally. One of those national publications unfortunately sensationalized the situation and included misquotes about some details, but the basis of the article is true. Initially, SLO PD did not respond to the reporter for comment, so she published the article, and several hours later, SLO PD reached out to her and the article was revised to include a statement from them. I want to make it clear that the statements attributed to the police chief in the article are true, even though SLO PD denies it. There are multiple witnesses to the statement, so this is not a he said, she said situation. I also want to make clear that my husband and I love our college student neighbors, have formed lifelong relationships with some of them who've graduated and moved away, and we still stay in touch with them. The article was published, and SLO PD issued the statement saying, as is common in many cities that are adjacent to major universities, there is often friction between college students and full-time residents in these neighborhoods. For clarity, we do not have an issue with our college student neighbors, and there is no friction in that regard. The problem is with the dozens of illegal fraternity houses that have moved into our residential neighborhood where they are not allowed to be. I have been trying with the city, SLO PD, and Cal Poly to work together to solve this problem for over 2 years, but nothing has been done and the problem has gotten worse. This is not about college students and full-time residents. It's about the invasion of illegal fraternities in our neighborhood and the lack of action by anyone to get them out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Happy New Year and congratulations, Mike Boswell, on taking your seat. Jan Marks on being reelected. Good to see you both here. I'm of course a member of your Cultural Heritage Committee and a recovering politician, but I do want to congratulate your staff for having hired such a well-qualified economic development manager. I'm really looking forward to seeing what results she's going to produce for you here, and I know it'll be a really good relationship. I've been reflecting a lot on the LA fires, and in doing so, I also try to do a little work on what the city has got on record right now for the response to this type of a tragedy in LA, and I hadn't covered something I hadn't been even aware it was. I was aware of, Jan, your work some years ago when we were both on the city council, 10 years ago or more, on climate adaptation. But I wasn't aware that we had a report from just 3 years ago on climate change hazards and vulnerabilities report. It's amazing to me. And I've looked it over, and I'm especially impressed. At page 216, they talk about social adaptability and the resources we have in terms of our human capital here. And that's, you referred to the fact so many people participate here in this, and of course Laura is aware of this too. I know you are, Whitney, and that's one of the reasons why you've got such a tough job. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the 23rd, by the way. But one thing I did not notice here is something I did bring to the council's attention with my email yesterday. There were 4 items in my email that one of which starts out with water storage. I looked for those 2 words connected together in this document. I couldn't find it. And I'm glad you addressed it. It does help relieve some of my concerns, but I'm convinced there is no system of municipal water storage and distribution anywhere in the world that could have dealt with the kind of fire storm that we saw in LA. We had a fire approach the city 30 years ago, the Los Politas fire, the Highway 141 fire also. I was there. It was devastating, but nothing like the conditions that we're facing today because of climate change. And so I just suggested that we take another look at this issue again and see if there's anything we need to do as far as adding to our water storage. And I also suggested we update our fire safe standards if needed. And I'm one of those people who hasn't paid much attention to this lately, so I'm going to look at those very carefully now. And My wife and I are already talking about some things we're going to have to do for our house to get it hardened. I also thought we need to take some look at what measures are we taking right now to reduce fuel loading around us. And there's something else about property insurance, but you can ignore that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is Laura Albers, and then our final speaker is Carolyn Smith. Okay. And I just want to confirm, Carolyn, is that the same? Oh, no, the same topic.
Carolyn, are you here for public comment? General public comment?
Well, this is on the priorities.
Okay, then you'll wait on the next one.
Then.
No, not till the agenda item comes up. Okay, so that is all of the general public comment. Sorry for the confusions. We do have public comment for every item that we have on the agenda. So speaking of that, next we have the, in theory, non-controversial items to discuss. Those are the consent agenda items. But before we go to the consent agenda items, I just want to make sure, Chief Tuggle, there were some comments mentioned about wildfire. Did you want to say anything to the public in response to any of the public comment or in response to City Manager?
All right. Sounds like we're on. Well, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. And my name is Todd Tuggle. I'm the fire chief here for the City of SLO. I think City Manager McDonald did a great job of encapsulating the focus for our community in terms of preparedness. Ready, Set, Go program, as many of you may be aware, is a great framework, a great paradigm for getting us ready for the inevitable. It applies to more than just wildfires. Typically, January 9th, maybe 2 years ago, we were worried about floods, but we were also doing EOC operations as well and evacuation. So, but regarding the events in LA, I think it's first and foremost we need to focus, as you did in your early remarks, Mayor, that of the devastation that happened. We're talking about 30,000 acres of area that burned, just over 10,000 structures destroyed, which is an astronomical number. And I think to put it in perspective, we're talking about 22,000 buildings in the city of San Luis Obispo. So to try and conceive of half of our city being destroyed is really very, very difficult to get our heads wrapped around. Everything that we've done and are doing has already been mentioned. We talked about water supply, the incredible coordination and planning that goes on between the fire department, our emergency management, and the water department in making sure that we are prepared. As was mentioned earlier, though, by Mr. Jones, there is no amount of water or resources that can stop a 100-mile-an-hour hurricane force wind from destroying towns. It's just not possible, and I think we need to be aware of that, and we need to be cognizant of that. But there are things we can do today, and what I heard just now in the latest comments is we talked about home hardening, we talked about fuels mitigation. Those are all things that that can be done at the parcel level. Those are things that can be done by us as community members. But there's also fuels mitigations, and you know, basically in normal terms, that's trimming the grass and trimming the hedges and trimming the brush and the trees. And those are things we're actively doing right now. We just got a grant that we just spent some money towards hazardous tree removal in the Bishop fire scar from earlier this summer, about $100,000 to remove a series of eucalyptus trees. So there's a lot of things that we are doing as a community to prepare us for the next wildfire, and I think that's something we need to know. Right now, we're under red flag conditions. They're on the very lower edge of the red flag conditions, and they're right near us, but we are in those. We are upstaffed. We have additional staffing on duty today. We are coordinated with our mutual aid partners. We have common communications. We have a robust mutual aid plan. So we are prepared as a fire department for that. Our police department is well prepared to coordinate with us when it comes to evacuations. And we have also, hopefully, and we can always do better at this, and I think Mr. Jones brought up earlier with community-based planning, is preparing our community for that inevitable evacuation. There's some links on our website for prepare.slo. Know your zone. If we evacuate your zone, know that where you're at so that you can evacuate expeditiously. And then the last thing I want to add, and I thank you, Councilmember Francis, for bringing up the crew's work down in LA, and maybe many of you have seen a viral post that's gone out, and Councilmember Shoresman, thank you for sharing it with us. Just the incredible work that our folks do day in and day out. Sometimes it's recognized, sometimes it miraculously ends out in the public, but 99.9% of the time, no one knows about it. But our folks are doing really hard work, and they are saving lives and they are saving property, and I'm incredibly proud of them. We, as a community, we should be proud of them. We've invested a lot in our ability to respond to emergencies, and we're seeing that play itself out both abroad and here locally. So I thank you for the support that we've seen thus far. That's kind of a little bit of context to the previous comments, and I'm available for further questions if there are any.
Great, thank you so much. And I remember a while back, we used to have CERT training here in the city. I can't tell you, was that 15 years ago? Was the last time we had that? Yeah, it was a while. So just, as I hear these comments, it's coming in my mind, and as people come to our community forum on January 23rd at 5:30 p.m., I hope they mention that they're interested in CERT training to be part of our budget. Anyway, so Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yes, I shared with you earlier my concern about us not having an emergency operations manager at this point, and could you just update the public, please, where we are with that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So our last emergency manager, who did a phenomenal job, Mr. James Blattler, resigned back in February of 2024. We immediately launched a recruitment and unfortunately came up short. One of the things we're seeing in the labor force on the emergency manager front is that post-COVID, I think many locales have noticed the value of emergency managers. You add to that, January 9th storms, wildfires, and emergency managers are for lack of a better term, a hot commodity, and they're really hard to find. We recruited and we came up short, and so our recruitment failed. We have reopened that recruitment last week on Tuesday. We reopened that recruitment. It closes this week, and my hope is that we will have an emergency manager to bring on board, hopefully by the end of the month. We still continue to do emergency planning within our rank structure. We're all emergency responders, but having the additional staffing dedicated just to emergency management is key. And the one thing I wanted to add to is that coordination piece, and thought maybe this was the question you were going to ask, was the coordination piece with Cal Poly. Because Cal Poly is part of our response area, we do have very close coordination with the Department of Emergency Management at Cal Poly, and they have also done their due diligence in terms of notifications and preparations, their fuels mitigation projects, and communication with us in preparation for the red flag warnings that we're under right now.
Thank you for mentioning that. I just wanted to follow up with Cal Poly. A number of Cal Poly and Cuesta students actually live in our neighborhoods, as we know.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, does the university take any responsibility for the off-campus students, or does that fall to the city?
Yes and no. So they do take care of communication with the students through some of the means and channels that they have to communicate with students. However, if they're living in our neighborhoods, then that would be really falling on us to make those communications, especially in the event of an evacuation. Right. However, I will say we have events in the city that involve the students fairly regularly, and there is a very robust line of communication with Cal Poly staff. Just within the last 2 months, we had an event that involved the displacement of a Cal Poly student. We had Cal Poly staff on scene, or responded fairly quickly. We're able to house that student, take care of that student, and attend to the student's needs after the incident.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? All right, thank you. And we'll move forward to the consent agenda. Are there, as many of you may have seen on the agenda, we did have an amended agenda. 6E has been tabled to another date, so we'll see what happens with the Performing Arts Center at that point in time in the MOU. Going forward, Councilmember Marks.
Yes, I'd like to pull the item 6C, Council Liaison Subcommittee assignment for 2025.
Sounds good. The same thing? Okay, great. So we'll pull 6C, and before we go into discussion about 6C, we will go through 6A through F minus E and C. Any other comments on that before I go to public comment? Okay, do we have any public comment on those items?
No, we do not.
All right, do we have a motion? Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I would like to move to approve items 6A through F minus C.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Second.
Wonderful. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks? Yes. Vice Mayor Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Now let's head back to item 6C. And Councilor Marks, since you pulled that first.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy with the assignments as such. I just wanted to bring up a discussion concerning Student Community Liaison, SCLC. I think that's a really important committee. And the mayor goes to every single meeting, and then we've had council members rotate through the meetings so that you would go to every fourth meeting, since there are 4 city council members. And I would like to propose that we make a change to have a city council member sit on SCLC for 1 year, and then the next year have another one. So how it would work would be the first 2 would be Emily Francis and then Michelle Shorsman, since you're halfway through a 4-year term. So you have 2 more years, unless you run for re-election and get elected, you have 2 more years. So one of you would have it this year, and then the other one would do it the next year. And then for the years 3 and 4, it would be Mike Boswell and myself. Okay, so I just want to propose that, and mainly it's because I do feel it's very important. It's a very important committee, especially with some of the situations that we're dealing right now, that with neighborhood wellness and tenant protections, and it seems to me that the loss of continuity, the way we've been doing it historically, it means that somehow, speaking as a council member, I'm just not as involved as I was for the 6 years when I was mayor and was there every single meeting. And I think that there would be some value in having a member actually go through an entire year. So what do you all think?
Well, I do think we did also discuss having each member still rotate, but do 2 months in a row, so that, or 2 meetings in a row, so that each council member would have an opportunity to experience the Cal Poly students and the Cuesta students and give back and learn all at the same time. So I just want to think about that is not what's proposed here either. So I want to make sure if we're talking about it, let's talk about both items. Vice Mayor?
That was the suggestion that I was going to bring up. Actually, no, it's fine. I think it's, I was kind of leaning in the direction that you're talking about, Councilmember Marks, at first, thinking that it would be good to have that much consistency of one person. But I also recognize that it is important enough that probably we all want to attend and keep up with what's going on with the committee. And so maybe the better solution is just to have consecutive meetings, because what I've found is when you go once and then you don't go for 4 months later, you can't keep up as well with what's happening. So at least if you go a couple of consecutive meetings in a row, then at least you can kind of keep up with what's happening for that period of time a little bit better. So that would be my recommendation, I think, to give it a shot. If that doesn't work, then next year we can kind of come back around and reevaluate again, but open to further discussion as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, and I'm also remembering correctly that some of the spirit behind that was that there would be a rotating group of students that came through in the leadership positions each year. And so there'd be a chance to get to know those students, for all of us to get to know those students in those leadership positions each year, versus having the single year, which I really see the merits of. But that gives us a chance to then connect with those communities in a way that we might not otherwise get to. I was actually leaning towards a quarterly, but I know we had discussed some of the issues with the schedule with the students, then making it so that 2 of the council members then would sort of miss out on interacting with the students. So I would be willing to go with either of these directions. I think there's, I'm leaning a little bit more towards this 2-meeting consecutive structure, just so that we can each get to know the students each year.
Thank you. Councilmember Boswell, do you have any?
Yeah, I think I'd support the two meeting rotation. Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yeah, I think that would be fine with me too, and give it a try. So in terms of what we're doing tonight, how do we do that?
Well, I think that what is said on here would still remain. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll down. It just says rotation. So maybe in the notes or the minutes, City Clerk, can we note that it is rotation, but 2 consecutive meetings per member?
Yes, and I can also make that note on our schedule, that way send out for all of you.
Great,
Which
thank
I
you.
will update tomorrow and get it out to you.
Thank you, that would be wonderful.
So would we start with whoever is next on the rotation, that they would just do it twice?
That would be how I would think to do it.
That would be the simplest.
Yes.
So we would just keep the same order, but you'd
Yes.
go 2 times in a row. Okay, well, that's fine. Do we need to vote on that or not?
I think we can just vote on the entire slate together with that amended suggestion to that rotation. I think that would be sufficient.
Okay.
I think the other thing too, just to all of the council members, just to make sure to look at your schedules, because you may not have had it twice in a row, and one of yours you might not be able to attend, so you might want to get back to the city clerk to let her know if 2 months in a row don't happen to work in your calendar. Any other comment on that before I go to public comment?
Just wanted to note that looking at the schedule, there are 9 meetings with the possibility of June and July as needed. So if we each have 2, then there's 1 meeting extra. I had been assigned in the previous draft to do 3. I'm fine doing that, but I just wanted to put that out there in case that was of concern or confusion to anybody, or to Teresa as she's revamping the schedule.
Good point, thank you.
Yeah, I was just planning on restarting just the rotation and however it went.
That works as well. The one other thing that I wanted to bring up about the assignments is that doesn't impact me, but I did want to point it out. The other assignments that we had for the advisory bodies, I feel like when we met last, we tried pretty hard to make sure that everybody had 6 committees assigned to them as either the chair or the member of the advisory body liaison subcommittee. And it looks like we have Councilmember Marks with 5 assignments and Councilmember Francis with 7. And so just wanted to make sure that everybody was okay with that and bring it up.
I'm fine with 5. No problem.
It works for me, but if there's anything on that list that you're champing at the bit to jump on, I am happy to discuss.
Councilmember Boswell, are you okay as well? Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so as I look at the left-hand side of the 2024, there are some interesting things that repeat some of our names that I think are not totally correct, but I think that's okay because we're not really voting about 24, right? Okay, great. Sorry for that little tidbit. Okay, so we'll move forward right now. Do we have any public comment on 6C?
No, we do not.
Okay, so can we have a motion? Councilmember Marks.
I'd like to move the approval of the council liaison committee assignment subcommittee and special purpose subcommittee assignments for the 2025 calendar year.
With the amended notes.
With the amended rotation noted in the minutes.
Perfect. Vice Mayor?
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Marks.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Boswell?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for all of your service that you will be providing over this next year. Sometimes I think the community may not understand how many extra meetings we get to go to. But in the next couple of months, the exciting part is that we will be interviewing advisory body candidates. So if you haven't gotten in your application yet, this is the time to apply for the advisory bodies. It is, I believe, this Friday. Is that correct? 26, thank you. It's coming up. So make sure you get that in if you or your friend would like to be on an advisory body council. So next we'll move forward to the first business item, which is, or public hearing and business item, which is the receiving the 2024 Police Department Staffing Study. So will Chief Rick Scott and Deputy Chief Brian Amoroso come up to provide the presentation.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you for this opportunity to be in front of you tonight to talk about the police department's staffing study. This has been a long-awaited process for us and kind of dovetailed from our strategic plan, so it's a pleasure to be here and share with you some really good and insightful information that we've learned. I'd again like to thank council for supporting the process, and again thank our partners with CPSM and Mr. David Swing, who's here tonight, who's going to assist in our presentation, and all of our department staff who facilitated this study along the way. We understand that we are a little bit compressed for time, so we're going to go pretty quickly through our presentation, but most importantly to give you that opportunity at the end to ask plenty of questions that you may have. There we go. So in January of last year, we finalized our strategic plan and we identified a need for an in-depth, professionally facilitated staffing study to properly assess not only just our personnel in the department, but how those personnel are being utilized as far as efficiency and effectiveness for our goals. Requests for proposals were sent out and a California company, CPSM, was awarded the project. Soon after, we embarked on a 10-month journey with CPSM to get us to this point. And all along the way, they collected volumes of data. They conducted department interviews as well as focus groups, internal as well to the department. From there, CPSM designed custom recommendations for our organization to help us meet our service goals. And these recommendations are in line with industry standards and what they've seen across the country and the work that they do for staffing study and analysis. So for tonight's agenda, our consultant will begin here just momentarily for their portion about the work they did for SLO PD. Mr. Swing will guide council through a high-level recap of the department's evaluation and analysis. You're going to hear a lot about the Rule of 60, which is quite intriguing, and the methodology that they use when they conduct these studies. We're also going to look at a proposed model for neighborhood policing here in SLO and actually what that would look like in operation. Next, we're going to be presenting a number of important staffing and operational recommendations that the department is currently considering and evaluating how we will implement those changes. And finally, we'll look at a couple of potential implementation models when we consider future budget opportunities. Now, again, tonight, this is just a receive and file of our report, and hopefully you can get a look at what implementation could look like and see essentially the dollars and cents behind what we're discussing. With that, I'll now invite Mr. David Swing of CPSM to introduce himself and to continue with his portion of tonight's presentation.
All right, thank you, Chief Scott. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. As Chief Scott mentioned, my name is David Swing, and I am here representing CPSM, the Center for Public Safety Management. And just to give you an overview of who we are and the staff that was here with SLO PD, helping to assess the organization as well as the staffing of the department. I am a retired police chief after about 14 years in the role at 2 different departments of similar size to San Luis Obispo. Also, John Perez, retired police chief out of Pasadena, and Martin Baeza, deputy police chief in Southern California. And then Dov Chost, our director of qualitative analysis. He is the brains behind the number crunching and has done this, does this full time for CPSM, whereas Chief Perez and I and Chief Baeza are all part-time consultants who do this as part of extra work. So how does CPSM analyze a department? How do we assess the organization? How do we assess staffing? Our methodology provides a standardized approach to understanding the agency. We looked at data analysis for SLO from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, so that fiscal year of 23-24. We looked specifically, or more closely rather, at 2 8-week periods. And those 2 8-week periods, as you may have seen in the report, are from January to February, and then also from July to August. Now, the question that I had, and I'm sure you have as well, SLO is a college town, and the community changes throughout the year based on the population of students that are here in the community. So we looked at periods of time outside of those 2 8-week periods, and we found the data was actually pretty consistent. Whether it was during October, during the peak of busyness for some of the community events, as well as throughout the rest of the year. The staffing of the department changes as the needs of the community change, and so the call volume, the workload stayed relatively static. We were on site for 2 days as a team, visiting with the department, conducting focus groups internally, reviewing documents, and reviewing operational and administrative roles within the organization. So what did we find? Well, the report has about 55 recommendations that I'm sure you've had a chance to review. But our general observations that struck us was first off, the department's caring for the community. Throughout the organization, we heard, we saw, we felt the department's true embracing of a no-call, too-small philosophy of service, taking great pride and ownership in caring for the community of San Luis Obispo. The employees in general like the direction of the department and are supportive of the direction the department is currently heading. We saw an opportunity to take advantage of more technological advancements, the sharing of information, both internally, externally, with other law enforcement communities, the continued use of other technologies to help improve the efficiencies of service. You saw in the report, and we'll talk about it next, the city's crime rate is higher than some of the surrounding areas. However, if you look at, for example, the city of Santa Cruz, which is also a coastal community that also has a a university in the community, the crime rate's actually pretty comparable. And then finally, another observation is that the primary police building and the fleet need a refresh. We understand there was a plan at one time to construct a new police facility. And in my experience, sometimes when that happens, sometimes deferred maintenance gets deferred in the plan of why invest in something that's going to be reconstructed. And so understood. And so we just acknowledge that and show that there is some work that can be done to refresh the existing or the primary police facility on Walnut. So we talked a little bit about crime rate, and as you see in the chart here, this is the year 2022 and 2023. And San Luis Obispo, of course, at the bottom in bold. And as I mentioned earlier, while the crime rate is higher than some of the neighboring communities and communities of similar size, the dynamics of a college town can have a role in that. If you look at the city of Santa Cruz, as I mentioned earlier, the crime rate's actually pretty similar. So recommendations. As I mentioned, the report is about 150 pages and has 55 recommendations. And it's important to understand that this report is not designed to be a fix-all. It's not designed to say, hey, if you implement all 55 recommendations, that this is a fix for the department. First and foremost, we didn't see the department in a position or in a status where it was broken and needed to be fixed. We saw a department that can improve on its operations and its efficiency and effectiveness. There are about 55 recommendations in the report. We have found that in our experience that some recommendations are easier to implement than others. Some take time, some take resources, some take community involvement. And that's likely the case here in San Luis Obispo as well. Again, some recommendations are general and require research and deliberation and further study. But all the recommendations are based on data, on legal considerations, on best practices and the experience that the team in place of seasoned, tenured law enforcement leaders have and bring to the table and bring forward in this report. So staffing. The staffing of the organization was a real key and primary focus of this report. And as Chief Scott mentioned, the rule of 60 is the rule that CPSM uses in analyzing adequate staffing for any law enforcement organization. And the rule of 60 as compared to, say, staffing by X number of officers per thousand, based on population, the rule of 60 takes into account workload, demands, and available time. And so the rule, as you see there, has two parts. The first is that 60% of sworn officers should be assigned to patrol. And San Luis Obispo Police Department meets that goal by having 68% of sworn personnel assigned to patrol staffing. Patrol, as we know, is the backbone of police operations. It's the team, along with dispatch, that provides public safety services 8,760 hours a year, which is what 24/7, 365 looks like. And the second part of the rule of 60 is the saturation index. And that's 60% of time should be spent responding to calls, and then 40% should be available or discretionary time. And what we found is that when the time responding to calls exceeds 60%, the opportunity for officers to engage the community and to do more community policing efforts reduces dramatically. And so in order to have a balanced approach and to be able to do community engagement and true community policing, CPSM recommends that 60% of the officers' time be spent on responding to calls and 40% at least be available for discretionary time. Again, discretionary time can be used for proactive enforcement, citizen engagement, and other types of community involvement for the officers out in the field. So what does workload look like? Well, this is one of a few charts in the staffing study in the organizational assessment. There are 4 charts that look similar to this. The chart on the screen in front of you, it looks at workload percentage by hour in the summer of 2024 during the week. So this is during that period from July to August, weekdays, and you can see that the saturation index, which is the red line, the red dashed line, is 60%, and that is exceeded from about 8 a.m. until through 2 a.m. in the morning. So from 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. during the week, during the summertime, officers were tasked with work above 60% of their day from 8 a.m. until 2 a.m. The other charts that we have, weekdays winter, and then weekends winter and summer. While not the full time frame, there was also a bulk of the day was again also over 60%. And so this chart is just an illustration of that rule of 60 that we just spoke about. So when we look at operations and dispatch, again, those are the 2 primary functions within the organization that's public facing. We recommend increasing patrol staffing by 1 sergeant and 6 officers to create a midday day shift. Again, that over 60% during the weekday. Reducing collateral assignments of supervisors to allow for greater supervisory presence. Formalizing the senior officer program, and maybe formalize is the wrong word because that program currently at SLO PD is formalized. It's formalized in the MOU. And so it's really the creation of a different type of senior officer program known in some agencies as a corporal program, where there's a selection process and training involved to help take the burden off some of the field supervision of the patrol sergeants. Using more data to drive traffic enforcement, so that the traffic enforcement is driven by where collisions and complaints are occurring. Moving supervisors from dispatch into a true supervisor role. Dispatch supervisors throughout the profession is one of the unique roles where someone is given supervisory responsibility and still asked to do the day-to-day work of that position. So it's an opportunity to pull the supervisors back a little bit and allow them the opportunity to supervise. Increased dispatch staffing by 2 dispatchers. One of those is fortunately already in an overhired type position. And then assign calls based on beat designation. One of the unique things that we found in our review of the organization is how calls are currently being assigned. And so we recommend going to a more traditional beat designation where there are beat structures throughout the city and officers are responsible for the calls for service within that beat. It helps to assign some ownership of the beat and also can help reduce response times. Speaking of response times, you'll see here, this is the average response time based on general call type. We have found that through an analysis of the types of calls and an analysis of how calls are being dispatched and officers' availability to respond, there's a correlation between the over 60% that we talked about earlier and the higher response time than what we see in other communities. And then finally, our neighborhood policing, our proposed beat map. You see here that we took the city as a whole. We looked at the overall number of calls and the work hours associated with those calls. And we worked diligently to try to structure a proposed beat recommendation that took into account the continuity and the natural boundaries or geographic boundaries that exist, as well as maintain some equity amongst types of calls and work hours. And this is what we recommended to the police department with respect to creating boundaries or beat boundaries within the city. And then finally, before I turn it back to Chief Scott, you'll see here a summary of our recommendations. These are also found in the report, recommending 1 patrol sergeant, a professional standard sergeant that is responsible for training and hiring and personnel investigations, 6 patrol officers, 2 detectives, a school resource officer to support the school resource officer in place today. Excuse me. 2 dispatchers, as we mentioned earlier, and some support and some assistance for the hiring and training group, as well as for the records in the front office. So With that, I'll happy to turn it back over to Chief Scott and answer questions. I see I had one more slide that I just realized that I did not get to. So fleet and facility. Our review of the organization looked at the current fleet, the status of the fleet and facility. As was mentioned earlier, we talked about the need to rehab and do some work on the existing police department. Some of that is security related to fencing and bullet resistant glass for the front office. Moving evidence vehicles that are currently in the back lot to an off-site location. I think there's a few different benefits there in addition to freeing up space for people to park in those locations. Having to walk through that facility and see the vehicles on a day-to-day basis obviously is a reminder of the tragedies that the officers saw out in the field, and certainly I think there's an opportunity to move those off-site to not have that daily reminder. Replacement of patrol vehicles is another area of need, and then of course moving traffic out of their existing facility just down the street in an older building or older home back into the main police facility just for continuity and safety. I'll turn it back.
Thank you very much, David. I appreciate the thorough presentation. And I was going to say we didn't pay him to say those nice things, but we did. But we also paid him to be critical and say some of the not nice things that you'll find in the report. We really, really do appreciate your partnership on this project. So in the final couple of minutes here, and I'll be brief because I just want to show you, there's a lot to take in on these slides, but they're in your report. And again, these are just samples to demonstrate that we've thought through what implementation could look like. We're also very cognizant that any recommendations we have that involve personnel, we understand that's a significant impact for the city's budget, and we don't, tread on these decisions, very lightly. And so, but again, these are just for reference to kind of show you what potential implementations could look like as we phase these in over multiple financial plans. A total of 8 years to achieve some of the staffing goals that you're going to find in the plan. So option one, this just shows us what staffing could look like as it's spread out over the plan. While many of these options are mixed and matched, we're not really tied to anything in particular. But what you will see is the 6 police officers that David mentioned in this particular plan that are implemented over 3 financial plans, with the detective being added in the 4th. 2 of the officers would be partially funded by the COPS grant, which we've been before council to gain approval pending implementation of that grant. And again, I want to show you in year 1, this demonstrates filling the dispatcher position. Highlighted that on your screen. As David also referenced, that position is currently being staffed, and we're funding that in an overstrength capacity with existing salary savings. So each of the plans moving forward all will show that dispatcher in year 1 of Plan 1. Plan 2 looks a lot like Plan 1, but these positions are added at the 2nd year of each financial plan, just again splitting up the burden for the initial financial plan as we begin to add staffing, and this obviously demonstrates what that would look like. Coincidentally, this plan is the most balanced of the 3, so if we were looking at spreading personnel, any amount of personnel throughout the plans, this is a pretty clear representation based on priority. The final plan, this is option 3. This is to be blunt, the Cadillac version. So this is all the staff in 3 financial plans, which is a bit compressed. It leverages the ability to have the COPS grant in year 1 to fund some of the other needed positions, but clearly it's the most expensive and impactful of the 3 models. So with that, so in conclusion, our goal tonight was to present to you obviously a very, very high level review of our staffing plan. The plan is in much more detail in your records. But the recommendation in front of you is just to receive and file the information, and obviously give you an opportunity to ask David and I some questions, and again, review the implementation strategies that we have been thinking about. So with that, I will turn it back to council. Appreciate your attention, and we're here for any questions that I'm sure you will have for us.
Thank you so much. A very silly, small question. Can you just expand for the whole public what overstrength means?
Okay, so overstrength in each of our budgets, throughout the whole city, we have authorized staffing levels. These are budgeted positions that are tied to different work plans. For us, it's public safety. So we have a finite number of officers and professional staff that are doing the work of the department. When we go overstrength, that's an additional staff member. In our case, as I demonstrated, it's in dispatch. So there is an additional dispatcher working in dispatch that's not funded in the budget. And we've been able to fund that with some salary savings of other positions that are currently vacant that take more time to fill. So we have a little bit of funds to put towards that. The reason we went overstrength is because at one point we were down to, I think, 7 or 8 positions, and we critically needed to get some coverage in there while we recruited and built up our staffing. That's what an overstrength position is. It's sustainable in the short term, but not in the long term because there won't be money to continue it.
Great, thank you so much, I appreciate that. I have many questions, but I will pass it on to my colleagues. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for a really thorough presentation and report. I was intrigued to see the discussion of the move to beat structure. I know that's something that you've long talked about wanting to move towards as kind of the backbone of the community policing you'd really like to be doing. And I was curious how much of the staffing implementation that's proposed here would have to be in place in order to start to implement that successfully? And how would that work with the phased process?
Thank you, Councilmember Francis. And we have talked much about what beat management looks like and our desire to move to a traditional geography-based response. And what that does, it puts officers in the neighborhood. It keeps them in the neighborhood. They get to understand the community. They get to problem solve before calls for service come in to deal with those problems. So lots of benefits, of course. To be brief, 2 officers, we would get going on that program. Right now, we're pretty much in crisis response, as the graph showed. We're responding to calls as they come in all over the city. And so with 2 additional officers, I don't know if we could get to the 4 beats that David and CPSM has outlined for us, but we would certainly be interested in a 2 or 3 beat structure to get it going.
Can I tie in with that?
Please.
During our review, you shared that when you talk about the different neighborhood officers, that is not creating separate additional substations as far as buildings. Can you expand as to why or why not?
Correct. If you think about it, the officer's office is in their car. And so we want them on the street. We want them on foot, on bikes, in the different modes that we provide them. So we centrally deploy from our current police building, which is in a fantastic location. It's centrally located. We can get to either end of the town pretty quickly. So we don't really want to introduce a substation. We want the community to come to that location. We have all of our services housed there, and they can centrally deploy very quickly all over the city. And even if we went to, let's say, a substation model where we had different stations, there's always going to be incidents where it's going to require everybody, or at least 2 to 3 person calls, and they're still going to be traversing the city to get there. And so we don't necessarily want them at a station that's not, centrally located, I guess the best way to put it. So we feel confident with our existing resources, we could easily staff a beat program.
Yeah, and thank you for answering so many of my questions in agenda correspondence. I just wanted to circle back to the question on the CSOs, the community service officers. I'd ask the question because there was a recommendation to assign more specific duties to them, if I'm understanding correctly. And I know that we were sort of learning, I think I understood, we're learning as we go with the new positions. Is that a correct interpretation? And so I was wondering if we have kind of emerging ideas about how we might either use them differently or continue to use them in the same way we have been. What's working? What are we liking about that? Is it a program that has the potential to expand?
Thank you for the question. And I won't speak for David, but I think in his interviews, what he found and hearing from CSOs directly, they want to do more. And talking with our patrol officers, they want them to do more. The community so far has loved them. And so anything that they've been a part of, they do very, very well. Currently, we have 4 CSOs that are primarily assigned to downtown, 2 that roam. And they've done an outstanding job with addressing those issues that we've focused on downtown. It is a new program, so we're asking them to do more and more, and they're bringing ideas, which, we're a learning organization. our goal would be to have them answer calls. And so if you want to report, let's say we call it a stale burglary or a theft, it may be a CSO that comes to your door and has that conversation and takes that report. It would be great to see them even part of our beat management, where you have CSOs stationed geographically in the community, interacting, getting to know and learn all of our community members. We had a comment earlier about CSOs responding to noise complaints, and I think that could be a possibility as the program continues to evolve.
Well, thank you for that response and all that additional detail. I just have one more question that occurred to me as you were presenting, and I should know the answer to this, but I was wondering if you could talk to me a little bit more about the structure of funding and assignment for school resource officers. It seems like it might be some kind of partnership, but how does that typically work? Who decides where they're assigned, and do we entirely fund that position?
It is a fantastic partnership. Mostly because the district pays for it 100%, which we really enjoy. Now, we work in cooperation with the district to have the officer doing the things that they need to do to support the district. They still answer to the police department, but they work in partnership with the district and, of course, the campus principal. Currently, they're assigned at SLO High, and that's the primary need. It's not to say they won't visit our middle schools and things like that when we have other issues that pop up, but primarily that's their jurisdiction. And so we are very interested, and I'm happy it was reflected in the staffing study about expanding that program, because it's not all about answering calls and addressing district issues. It's about making meaningful and impactful relationships with our youth. And so if the district is on board with expanding that program, we would certainly love to see what our partnership could possibly grow into.
So the recommendation for the additional position for the school resource officer, did that come from a desire from the school district to have additional positions, or is that just a recommendation based on communities our size?
David?
The question, the recommendation came out of the assessment of the workload of the SRO and the number of students here in the community. And the opportunity to expand that to increase the relationship building between the police and the community.
All right, thank you so much. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Great, thank you. We had that discussion as well in our 221 about the SRO. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, yes. Again, great presentation. Thank you for all the time and taking 10 months to do this very deep dive, and the amount of data and tables was, even for me, a little much, but all really good information and a lot to go back and refer to. One of the tables that you had in your presentation that was about the saturation index, there were a lot of tables about saturation index in the report, and there was one that kind of confused me a little bit. It's a figure 8, and it shows the saturation index lower than 60 in a lot of the table for a lot of the hours during the day. So I'm wondering, is that representing different data than what you had in the table that you showed in your report that showed we were over the saturation index a little more often?
May I ask what page you're referring to?
It's 449 in the packet, figure 8. It's page 20 in the report.
Yeah, I'll look at that really quick just to be able to understand that in more detail. Unfortunately, it's not page 20 there. So if you bear with me, I will find figure 8 and
it says page 20 of, like, your page numbers, it's page 20, but of the packet, it was 449. 278? Yeah. Oh, maybe I'm in the wrong, or try 278 then. Maybe I'm in the older packet. I don't know what I'm looking at then. Anyway, maybe we can come back to that one. I don't want to take too much time. The title of the is workload percentage by hour, weekdays and summer. anyway, we can move past that. I just was trying to rectify that table with what was in your presentation. It wasn't making sense to me. A lot of my other questions are about similar vein to Councilmember Francis about the use of CSOs in the department and where we see the use of those going and how they might figure into the staffing recommendations. You know, to be frank, the community service officers fill a completely different role. They're a little less expensive than a police officer. So just wondering if there's any possibility of sort of substituting or adding strength to the CSO pool and saving a little bit money, not that the officers aren't a valid, important use of funds, but if adding some CSOs in could smooth us away financially down the road.
And Vice Mayor, that's a great question. And I don't want to totally say no or dismiss. Going off the recommendation to CPSM, in one of the references, they did talk about our program and that it was right-sized for our department. Again, you know, recalling a few years back, we tripled our CSO program from 2 to 6, and they've been an incredible resource. One of the benefits of doing the phased-in approach for staffing, and I've committed to this, if granted the opportunity to add sworn staff, which we know that we need based on call load, we'll continue to reassess before we continue to add more and more officers in the future. So what I'm saying is we will reassess, see if the call loads are impacted, if those can possibly be deferred to a CSO, or if our CSO program continues to change in the way that we hope it does, maybe that will pick up some of that call load. So to continue to reassess as we add personnel, I think would be the wise approach to that.
Okay, thank you. And we did receive a number of public comments, some folks here today that were talking about some of our neighborhood issues. And it sounds like being a learning department and sort of still exploring and filling out what the capacities of the CSO staff can do, that perhaps we're thinking that CSOs might be an appropriate fit for dealing with some of the neighborhood issues down the road that we're seeing as well.
They certainly can be, but you know what struck me most about hearing from our community, especially tonight, is when you have an officer that walks the street or rides a bike or drives the same street a couple of times a week and gets to know the people that live there and the houses or places that are causing the issues. The great thing is they problem solve, and so they're working with those problem locations to prevent calls from services from being generated. We're building those community contacts. And so it's not a surprise when a call comes in or we don't know about a volume of noise complaints. The neighborhood officers should know those things and should be working to lower those incidents. And so the real value is, like I said, building those relationships and having people stationed in those areas where they themselves can be more proactive and have the time, the 60-40 we talked about, to do those proactive strategies.
Great, thank you. And then last but not least, you were explaining something in the staffing models about the dispatcher, and I didn't quite catch what you were saying about why that's in the first year.
Yes.
Of each model?
Correct. So I presented just 3 models that we modeled for you. The additional dispatcher CPSM is recommending. We have 11. This would take us to 12. That position is number 1, year 1 in every single model, primarily because it's currently staffed. And so if in the future we're not able to authorize that position, we would eliminate that through attrition.
Got it. Okay, thank you for all the work. And I don't know if you figured out what the figure 8 was and you want to address that, or?
Yeah, I believe I have. And I heard the title of the percentage of workload weekends summer. Is that accurate?
Weekdays summer.
Oh, weekdays summer. Okay, gotcha. For 2023?
It doesn't say the year on the one that I'm looking at here.
The chart that I'm looking at, though, is entitled Figure 8, so it may not be the same one. However, it does reference the saturation index, and this is similar to the slide that was in the presentation, where it shows the orange and the green.
It's got a red line at 60. You know
exactly. Yeah, and that's the 60% saturation index. That's the number that we recommend agencies try to stay below. to be in line with the second part of the rule of 60. And so when we look at that 60%, that red dashed line in the weekdays summer, you can see that from about 8 a.m., it's broken down by hour on the bottom, and then by percentage on the left-hand side. From about 8 a.m. through approximately 2 a.m., the workload of the officers are above 60%.
Yes, I saw this table and I understand this table.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. There's a different table, but it's okay. Maybe we can
All right.
sidebar afterwards.
Okay. Sorry for that.
That's okay.
mix-up.
Just, it's in section 3, the proposed work program. It's page 457 in our updated packet because the agenda correspondence adds extra pages, so it gets a little bit funky. Well, thank you for your questions. Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and the excellent report with lots of good information in it. I was looking pretty carefully at the traffic unit recommendations. So despite our struggles with sort of, I think, meeting our goals for traffic enforcement, there's not a recommendation here for increasing traffic enforcement officers. But my understanding is that's because we are sometimes pulling officers out of traffic enforcement to fill regular patrol duties. And so the recommendations for regular patrol officers would then help us effectively increase the amount of traffic enforcement that we're doing. Is that my understanding? And do we have a similar issue with the CSOs being pulled as well? Or are they different?
Yes, Councilmember, that's correct. And our current unit, I think one of the options or our issues that our consultant identified, it's just not staffed. And the problem is, not having officers on the bikes doing traffic enforcement. They're getting pulled to be in a car and do shift work and respond to calls, so they're not doing traffic enforcement. So ideally, having all the positions staffed, if we had up to 3 officers riding with a sergeant, possibly 4 in the future, that would give us, what we believe would be the right size traffic unit to be doing enforcement. Currently, the levels that we're seeing, we're 50% at best any given day, and most often it's less. So given my tenure here in SLO for the past nearly 4 years, I don't think we've ever seen that unit full strength.
So, but the recommendations to staffing in other areas would help address that challenge.
That's correct. Having the proper number of patrol officers would prohibit people from being pulled out of the traffic unit. And it's not just traffic, we're also pulling them from our bike unit as well and other specialties to come fill in the patrol capacity.
Okay. Great. Thank you. That's my only question.
Such as like downtown special enforcement, you're taking people from those teams, right?
That's correct. We, given the call volume, we have to have officers in cars, and we have to have a minimum number of officers in cars. When we don't hit those minimums, officers come off bikes, they come off of traffic, and then other special assignments. And sometimes it's not just a shift, sometimes it's for a year or even multiple years. The second CAP position is a great example of that. We have a second position authorized, and we've not been able to fill it because that position is in patrol responding to calls for service.
That explains a lot. Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Could you please put up that slide with the 4 districts that you had shown earlier? Yeah, I understand why you'd want to balance them out in terms of calls and work hours. But I just feel it's really important, and maybe I'm not able to see the map. It's pretty small. It's really important that the area around Cal Poly that's dominated by student residents is not split up. It could be its own thing as far as I'm concerned. I think there would be, I don't know if you want to make a 5th district or how you'd want to handle that, but I think there could be a great value in having continuity with the student neighborhoods all in one district. Because having lived on Albert Drive for 33 years, I can tell you that a lot of the incidents and the situations and the problems, and maybe even the property crime when the students leave and then people come and they haven't locked their doors, and so people come and steal everything. It's pretty much the same. The student, and then it also in terms of relating to Cal Poly and just in general. So that was my one question. I guess, are you planning to implement this, or is it kind of fluid in terms of what you'd want to?
Just so you know, I know that's really small. I pulled it up bigger. On the purple, that goes down to Monterey Street, so it is covering that whole area. Just for some clarity.
It goes down to Monterey Street.
Yeah, so that's where the purple is. It's Monterey and Higuera.
Okay, and
Just so the community can know that too.
Thank you.
Is that Santa Rosa, that little yellow line that's heading kind of vaguely north? That's 101 going that way, but the one that's, oh, okay. So it is all in one district?
Yes, Councilmember Marks,
thing.
we've tried
Okay.
to keep the north end, traditionally in that district for exactly the reasons you point out, for sure.
Okay, and then right now we have assignments of officers to parks and to certain neighborhoods. Would that then be superseded by these districts, or would you have both systems going at the same time?
And that's a great observation. If you have a district with a park, it's your park now. And so if you have a district with a school, it's your school as well. So the officers will essentially take responsibility for any of those, special features that are in their identified geographic district.
So are you intending to implement this idea? Or is that putting you on the spot? Are you thinking about it, or what's the deal?
No, it's a great question. We're ready to go. The problem is staffing it, and that's why years ago we had a similar model here in SLO, so this isn't new for us. We had to abandon this because we didn't have the staffing, because the call loads had fairly dramatically increased. And so adding the additional police officers will give us the ability to move back to this model. I'm committing to this council. I feel confident that we could have some semblance of district policing with at least 2 officers added. It may not be a 4 district, it could be 3, or it could be 2 with an overlay, lots of different creative options. But having more officers on the street will give us the ability to move towards this model. Yes.
And I assume that there also would be enough community contact that if a neighborhood group wanted to invite an officer, or even both of them, and get to know them. I think that's a really wonderful program that you have right now in terms of actually, allowing the community and the officers to get to know each other on a casual basis before something happens and then it's an emergency.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Schwarzman.
Thank you. One more question now that you've got the beat map up. Obviously, the orange beat there, B, is mostly encompassing of the downtown area, which makes sense why that's kind of geographically a smaller area. That's probably where a lot of the activity happens. That's also where there's, when staffing is available, the bike officers and some of the CSO energy. So I'm wondering if that would still be that size of a beat. Would implementing this allow for flexibility in some of those other positions to kind of keep the saturation at appropriate level of officers versus people?
It's a balance between responding to calls for service as well as proactive enforcement. And so when we utilize our CSOs, we utilize our bike team, we primarily station them to downtown so they can't leave and handle other calls in the city. Moving to this model would give us an additional officer. There's generally a police officer already driving around through downtown. You'll see them. This stations that police officer there and also keeps them from having to be pulled away for other parts of the city. And so we wouldn't look at necessarily augmenting any of our specialized services. We want bikes downtown, and we want additional police downtown. And that would provide us, right now they're probably coming through in a vehicle. when we have officers stationed down there, we can get them out on foot. We can start doing more creative things face-to-face with our businesses, much like our CSOs have done. But now having police officers build those really neighborhood connections or business connections are more important. That's what this will do for us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I really want to thank you for this entire time you spent analyzing our police department, and wonderful to see that, you know, you too see that this is a group of people who are really trying to help and be part of the community. That being said, I've asked the chief before this, but with the internal focus groups, with trying to change to more community policing and trying to include our community more, what was the reasoning of doing only internal focus groups versus actually involving our community?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We saw that the department had invested and the city had invested considerable energy in reaching out to the community in the development of the department-wide plan. And we had access to that information from the consultants. And so this study was really focused on the organizational efficiencies and staffing of the department, and we used that input from the more recent community outreach that was done for the plan to help inform some of our recommendations.
Interesting, thank you. The other part that I was looking at is, as we're talking about the top 10 collisions and really trying to get the information for that, I can kind of maybe bouncing off of what you said, Councilmember Boswell, is we have the Vision Zero plan. How is that different than trying to identify these top 10? Because I think that would already be part of what we do in Vision Zero and part of what we're already in process with.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is 100%. It's ironic because the two didn't really talk, but it's the recommendation from CPSM is absolutely consistent with Vision Zero when identifying the top 10. The difference is this now, as we look at increasing our staffing, will give us the ability to respond to the data that we're receiving in near time. So when we get that top 10 list and we know the days and times where we're having a disproportionate area of crashes, we can get people out there to impact the problem.
Great, thank you. And I know you mentioned that with the, I think it was an agenda correspondence, that the higher crime rate is typically because of tourists, and whether they're local tourists coming to work or local tourists having fun or beyond local. Do we have an estimate? I remember before COVID, we talked about double to triple the size of people coming in the daytime to SLO City versus at night when everyone goes home. Do you have that data still, or updated data?
I don't have any of that data with us, and it's really just, to the best of my knowledge, been an educated guess, and I would say we're at least 50, we're seeing double the size of our population on a daily basis. So we're serving a population close to, anywhere from 90 to 100,000 people. Given SLO is the county seat and really the center for a lot of services, people come here, they work here, they come in our city for services, entertainment, all the different things, including Cal Poly. And so I think it's safe to say, and unless our consultant has better numbers than my guess, it's safe to say we're serving a population anywhere from 90 to 100,000 on a daily basis.
Got it, thank you. And then I love the idea of the neighborhood officer, and I think that is good for businesses, good for residents. And as we are trying to change our vernacular to community policing and things that are not highlighting a beat, I just think that if you do go into creating these neighborhood policing, that you focus on what is that vernacular, what does that mean to the people that you're coming into their neighborhood, because that would not feel very welcoming if I'm coming in to beat you up. So I know it's not the intent, I'm just saying that is concerning.
Thank you.
The other part that was mentioned here about getting more dispatchers, but also hearing that this has been a continuous challenge for us just to have our dispatchers staffed at all. Is there any sort of change you see happening? Is it in the job itself? Is it in the training? Is it just by having more people, you think more people will apply? What does that look like?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as we've seen with our patrol force, when we get low, people get burned out, and the job is intense. And so it's a microcosm in dispatch because you have so few personnel that are handling that call load. And so when they lose a dispatcher that moves on to another career or is out sick for an extended period of time, the rest of the people really feel that impact. We are the busiest center of the entire region. And so dispatch is a difficult job, and in SLO it's the most difficult. And so we believe we have the best of the best that are out there. But when they're shorthanded, it's nearly impossible. And so having that additional position just provides a little bit of relief, and we know we're still gonna have shortages and we're gonna be short in the future as the nature of the business, but having that additional person takes a little bit of stress off of the system.
Thank you. And then I really appreciated the concept of the ad hoc committee to assign ancillary duties. So I'm assuming we talked about policing before, and how do we separate what the police officer should be doing versus extra work that kept getting kind of added into the officer role. CAT seemed to be one of those. What other types of ancillary duties do you see just kind of off the top of your head?
Training and administrative duties are among some of the most time-consuming, and so we have to have range officers that are conducting training. We have to do defensive tactics. We have to do post updates. Those kind of things we have to pull from our existing staff just to make it happen. A lot of times it's striving for a higher bar, or it may be just meeting minimal state standards. That work has to go somewhere in the organization, and for an agency our size, it's generally our field staff are going to be tasked with additional administrative duties. So in the recommendation, you saw some supervisory recommendations. You saw an admin sergeant. We saw some part-time positions, especially for our training and standards section. And so that staff in and of itself takes some of the burden off of our field teams and frees up that time.
Got it, thank you. So as you're talking about potential different roles to be taken away, or not taken away, but move to a different position, you'll look at sworn and non-sworn opportunities, right?
Correct. We try to keep it equal and give a bunch to everybody, but the goal is to lighten that burden across the organization and not just overburden our professional staff. It's to really lighten the load on everybody.
Perfect, thank you. And the last thing, I just wanted to make sure I understood something that you said, Mr. Swing, and I read this in the report, and I think I'm understanding, but seeing the evidence, instead of, with moving the evidence off-site, seeing the evidence and the trauma to the officers, it's not about walking through the vehicles, it was the evidence itself, not seeing the evidence over and over. Because it said, like, moving the evidence off-site because of the trauma and walking through the vehicle, so it seemed as odd.
Sure, thank you for that question. It's the daily reminder walking past that crashed vehicle in this case, and the reminder of what that scene was when the officer responded to the scene.
That makes so much more sense. I'm picturing like little bags of things. Chief Scott.
The vehicles themselves.
Yeah.
If I may, Madam Mayor, and just for context, because those that may not know, so we have a very small parking lot, and in that parking lot where our staff parks, we have fatality vehicles that were involved in major crashes where people have lost their lives, and they're parked literally one space next to our staff parking.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you. I was thinking all evidence, and so just moving that off-site just had a lot of other pictures with that. So thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have. Unless my colleagues have any other questions, I'll move to public comment.
We have none.
Wow, that's amazing. All right. Oh, there was one. All right.
Stu Jenkins?
1 minute, we'll put on your microphone and timer. Just wait 1 second, please.
Okay.
Because there's a timer going too. All right.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart, council members. I want to speak briefly in support of the Cadillac option model. I think you need, as a city, to consider upgrading the number of police officers you have. Our city has a higher crime rate similar to the other university town nearby. Santa Cruz. And it's because we have extra people here, we have visitors, and we have a volatile student population. Many, many fine, responsible students, but St. Friday's Day is around the corner. Rush starts this month. And these are periods when ransacking of neighborhoods occurs over by Cal Poly. Couple of things I think that you should consider to save money, starting a reserve officer corps of police who could be called up at a moment's notice or when there are large events happening. Because they would need to be here, you could make the statutory findings that they need to be residents of this city. A reserve officer corps could include training officers to take some of the burden off the supervisors in training. And overall, you should consider, because we are a county seat, we are a university town, 50% increase in the budget for the police department. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no other public comment?
None at this time.
All right. Well, is there anything else that council you would like to say? Vice Mayor.
Thanks again for the good report, for the great report. And I like a lot of the ideas in it. I think it's very reflective of some of the things that we've talked about already that we know we need to do. We know that we haven't added sworn police officers to our department in many, many years, the same number of FTEs that we've had for a very, very long time. So I know that that's something that we need. I think we'll talk about more as we start getting into the budget, the time frame in which we feel comfortable adding those officers. And I appreciate the sort of 3 different options for how you would, I would assume, recommend the order of the different positions being added if you had, to prioritize 3 different ways of doing it. And so I appreciate that. And I know I'll be thinking about it a lot over the next few months as we do the budget process. I like the idea of the cadet program. I think our public speaker just brought up another idea. I don't know, it didn't come up in the report at all, but the officer corps program idea, and if that would differ from a cadet program, I assume that would be something different. So I don't know if that's been something that's been part of the discussion at all or not.
If I may, we currently, it's a great recommendation. We currently have a reserve program. I think many of you know Officer Bill Prohl. He's our flagship reserve officer. We have a couple more that work free, and we have one in our detective bureau that does cold cases. And so we would love to grow that program, and it's a tremendous asset to the department. So that's a spot on comment.
Great. Great addition. Then I'm glad the speaker brought it up. So I do like the idea of the cadet program, and the core program sounds great too. I also like the idea of adding some clarity to the senior officer program. I know that came up in our 221, and it's anywhere where we can provide clarity to our staff and kind of build on something that we have going already, it seems like a great idea. I am generally concerned, and we'll talk about this more as we get into the budget process, but we've got a lot of needs and a lot of demands as a city. And so this is just one of many essential things that we know we need to improve upon, and there's just going to be only a finite amount of money to do it all with. So I know I'll probably be losing sleep over that for in the next few months, but thank you again for the great report, and glad to have this data as we go into all those discussions.
Thank you. I definitely echo a lot of my colleagues' comments. Data is something that we as the council and staff use often to make our decisions. Sometimes we get emails that seem to think that we do not. And I just want to say that I really appreciate the extra data, as you were sharing, it does seem like a lot, but it will really help us make these decisions. I too really appreciate the CSO and potential, or expanding the what the CSOs are doing, and if it's of interest to them and it makes sense, then that's great. I also think that having more clarity around the training and other options that could be kind of spreading the wealth of different duties. But also, I do understand, I came here in the 90s for Cal Poly. Yes, I'm old. And that is the last time we expanded the police department in the officers. So I do understand that while we are trying to look at different types of transformation to our police department and involving the whole community and making sure people from marginalized groups do feel they are comfortable with the police. At the same time, we have grown as a community as we double and sometimes triple in the daytime. We see the need for having more officers. And since it has been since the 90s, as my son likes to say, in the 1900s was the last time that we grew our officers, number of officers. So I do appreciate that. I appreciate the different types of options you're giving us. And I look forward to having more of these conversations after the budget on January 23rd. I feel like I'll be saying this a lot. And after our goal priorities on the February 8th. So I will move on. Anything else you'd like to say? All right, well, we are receiving and filing. I don't think we actually need a motion, correct, City Clerk? No, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for your time. And at this time, we will take a 10-minute break. We will see you back at 7:55.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to continue on the conversation of staffing and studying. So the Public Works Maintenance Division Staffing Study is item 7B, and we have Public Works Director Matt Horn and Deputy Director of Maintenance Operations Greg Cruz to present the report.
Excellent, thank you. Well, first, thank you guys for allowing us some time on your agenda to introduce this important topic of maintenance needs, maintenance staffing needs for the city, especially prior to budget, so it's very timely. Deputy Director of Maintenance Operations, Greg Cruz, is here. He knows all maintenance-related issues and can walk us through each and every aspect of the report and how we operate. We'll provide a high-level overview of our maintenance operations and try to get through this in a timely basis for you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions at the end of it. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm Greg Cruz, Deputy Director of Public Works. I'd like to thank you for your time this evening to share the Public Works Maintenance Division highlights and a recently completed resource assessment. Tonight's agenda is a full agenda, so in the sake of time, we'll make our presentation brief. All information is available in the assessment, staff report, attachments, and we welcome any council feedback or questions at the end. The recommendation this evening is to receive and file the 2024 Public Works Maintenance Resource Assessment. The Public Works Department is made up of 3 divisions: engineering, maintenance, operations, and mobility services. The maintenance division is made up of 7 operating programs: facilities, fleet, parks, streets, signals, swim center maintenance, and urban forestry. It's responsible for maintenance of the city facilities, fleet assets, parks, public infrastructure. We support special events such as a weekly farmers market and planned and unplanned emergencies throughout the city, address homeless impacts through encampment cleanups in city parks, facilities, and within the right-of-way. The division is also responsible for responding to flooding, storm events, and mitigating flooding throughout the city. So over the past 5 years, the maintenance division's workload has increased significantly. This is due to a large spike in residential development and infrastructure, increased community expectations, new technology such as AskSLO, and the impacts of homelessness. Additionally, new and replacement facilities are becoming larger and more complex. A simple but great example of this is the Sinsheimer Playground, which is up on the slide tonight. Much different than the prior playground structure that it replaced, making it a highly used facility requiring quite a bit of maintenance. The increased workload required department leadership to examine maintenance division structure, staffing, and service delivery. Ultimately, staff pursued a resource assessment with Baker Tilly, a local government consulting firm, to assess the division and provide recommendations to enhance operations and meet community expectations. To complete the assessment, Baker Tilly reviewed department documents, which included previous assessments, work plans, service level agreements, conducted interviews with key stakeholders, including city administration, maintenance supervisors and staff, and downtown SLO. Work order statistics from all programs were analyzed. And lastly, the consultant conducted peer agency review to provide a benchmark for maintenance staff per capita. The review resulted in 24 recommendations presented to the maintenance division. So the results of the Baker Tilly report identified the following findings: a broad span of control, resulting in some supervisors managing 15+ employees, which was leaving the program strained and only allowing staff to manage daily operations and not long-term projects or program improvements. Staffing gaps. The program has, many of the programs have not received staffing additions in quite some time, despite the addition of new facilities or assets. When resources have been allocated, they often came with new programs or new work programs or assigned duties. These staffing gaps are resulting in an overall average of 64 days to complete a work order across the different programs. Technological challenges. Ask Slow has been very popular with the community, and the maintenance division receives 1/3 of the requests, which results in 1,600 requests annually. When requests are part of a pre-planned work, such as the city's pavement management plan, staff informs the reporting party of this information, along with the tentative timelines of that work, which is sometimes years out. Otherwise, requests are made into work orders, submitted to the proper work program, and work orders are prioritized based on work type, with safety being the top priority. Lastly, performance measure. When the city first implemented CityWorks, its asset management system, each program manager was responsible for the initial setup, which has proven problematic with hindering the division's ability to properly and consistently report on work completed. The division acknowledges this and is taking steps to standardize the system and make workflows more efficient with improved reporting capabilities. So the assessment provides an in-depth explanation of all the recommendations, which do vary, some being minor in cost, mainly requiring staff time to complete. This is a high-level overview of the recommendations, themes, and I'll provide additional context next for staffing recommendations. There's immediate need for new positions and reclassifications that were identified within the study, along with the restructuring of the division that included combining similar work groups. Performance measures and management. Performance measures is a vital tool for evaluating service effectiveness, involving continuous data collection and reporting on selected services or programs, and best management practices have been recommended to the division moving forward. Tools and technology. There's a need to optimize the use of the division's asset management system, CityWorks, along with Ask Slow, and doing so will improve the ability to report performance measures and help with communications. Service level agreements. The division currently uses service level agreements to clearly communicate expectations of services with internal customers, and Baker Tilly is recommending staff increase the use of these SLAs in the future with internal customers. Lastly, strategic communication. So better leveraging technology will enable a division to transparently showcase its achievements and challenges and plans to both internal stakeholders and the community. Now let's take a deeper dive on the staffing recommendation. The chart here shows the recommended 6 new positions that were identified as immediate needs. The city has many competing interests and resources are limited. Therefore, staff has added different phasing options for the council's review within the report. Positions within the single asterisk, with a single asterisk identification are internal services and support the different enterprise funds, and a portion of their costs would be covered by the corresponding fund that they support. Staff did make minor adjustments to 2 of the position recommendations, the Parks Crew Coordinator and Fleet Mechanics Helper within Fleet. So the current Parks Crew Coordinator splits their time between crew coordination and technical work such as electrical and plumbing. So the idea would be to, in lieu of a second coordinator, add a parks maintenance technician who will solely focus on the technical craft maintenance within the facilities, allowing the coordinators to spend a majority of their time coordinating the different crew work. On the fleet side of the house, as opposed to in lieu of adding the mechanics helper, we're looking to increase the current fleet specialist, which is a service writer, to a full-time from 0.5% or from half-time. And that's going to allow the mechanics to focus more on completing services and repairs. Additionally, we are looking not here, but to add an intern position to help with the lower level tasks within the department and help with some succession planning. The department was fortunate enough to add 2 positions and reclass 2 positions identified with a double asterisk during the 24-25 supplemental budget process. This was accomplished with existing department funding and no increased operating budget. Increasing resources in fleet maintenance remains the top priority of the division. The program currently maintains 300 assets with 3 mechanics, 1 supervisor, and 1 half-time specialist. Industry standard for a municipality is 1 mechanic per 55 to 60 assets, which we are well short of. Low staffing levels in fleet have impacts that are felt across the organization, with the program supporting 6 departments and over 24 operating programs. Staff's routinely called on throughout their day to assist with breakdowns, equipment issues, so other departments can keep their operations moving forward. Fleet has tried to increase the level of outsourcing over the past 2 years to help fill this gap, and it's been found that the staff time it takes to complete repairs through a vendor does not create efficiencies or savings. Transporting vehicles to and from shops requires 2 staff members. It's also necessary for a mechanic to inspect the completed work, which often results in identifying substandard work or work not completed and needing to make corrections. The city has a goal of carbon neutrality for city operations by 2030, which includes electric light-duty fleet and partial electrification of medium and heavy-duty fleet vehicles and equipment where feasible. We do expect this this transition to lower the overall fleet maintenance needs. However, which is why we did not recommend the full 1 mechanic per 55 assets. Please keep in mind, mechanics work on all aspects of the city's fleet, which include heavy equipment, tractors and attachments, police vehicle systems, and are responsible for outfitting and decommissioning vehicles and assets as they come in and out of this city's fleet. We feel the staffing level is appropriate despite the electrification goals. I also want to be clear, the staffing recommendations were a snapshot in time. So any new facilities that were not completed at the time of the study were not included in the recommendations. This includes North Broad Street Park, Avila Ranch Parks A, B, and C, which were all 4 were recently accepted by the city. Additionally, 3 new parks in Rigetti Ranch and 6 new parks in Avila Ranch, including a sports complex, are currently in the design process, and resources will be needed to maintain these facilities. Community Service District funding will be recommended to fund the maintenance of Avila Ranch facilities. We're also aware the community may have a desire for a different level of service or new initiatives such as recycling in the parks. We're looking forward to learning more about that through the city's collaborative goal-setting process and being part of these conversations. So as mentioned, the division was successful in adding 2 new positions and 2 reclassifications, which include 2 new maintenance superintendents, and also allowed the merging of similar work groups. On the left side, the red boxes represent new positions, and on the right side, on the left side, the red represents new positions, and on the right, the purple boxes represent reclassifications. The 2 top boxes are superintendents, which again has allowed the merging of similar work groups, with one managing parks and urban forestry and the other streets and signals maintenance. Although very recent, having a mid-level management layer has already resulted in increased ability to properly support the program and work on long-term strategic needs. As the division increases resources and new leadership staff gets up to speed in their roles, our focus will shift to implementation of the non-staffing recommendations presented by Baker Tilly. So staff's identified the following long-term strategies to ensure recommendations of Baker Tilly are implemented and remain relevant into the future. Planning for growth, staff is committed to analyze long-term needs and costs to maintain new facilities or work program, and increasing dialogue with council and the community prior to implementing new projects. Resource allocation, properly planning, and when possible, allocating sufficient resources will be key to continue the high level of service the community expects. Technology optimization and communication. Completing the enhancements that we mentioned to the technology used by the division will lead to better communication of the work being completed and communicating the value it brings to the community. And lastly, operational efficiencies. So the division must have efficient operations to complete the volume of work it does, and we're confident that the recommendations provided by the consultants will increase efficiencies, lead to program improvements, which will also result in a higher level of service. So in closing, the recommendations within the assessment align with the enhancement of the maintenance division operations while creating a sustainable structure to deliver services that meet community expectations. Council and the community may identify other important needs, and staff is prepared to address these needs and provide requested feedback. This brings us back to our recommendation to receive and file the 2024 Public Works Maintenance Division Staffing Study, and we are available to answer any questions you might have.
Well, that was at lightning speed, and thank you so much. It was very thorough at the same time. I also appreciate in the agenda correspondence, you know, we had asked about, or I'd asked about outsourcing opportunities and hearing the additional detail around the mechanics and two people driving and re-looking at reanalyzing the repairs that were done. Just, it didn't seem actually very helpful, so really appreciate that. Any questions from my colleagues? Great, and before we start, just if anyone has any public comment on this item, please turn in a half slip of paper to our city clerk at this time, and I'll move over to Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much for the great presentation. I'm going to start with kind of a big hand-wavy question. Since, you know, we brought in Ask SLO, how was that, 18 months ago, 2 years ago now? 18 months ago, I guess. Okay, yeah, so we haven't had it all that long, and obviously it's resulted in a massive increase in calls and work volume for you all. But I was wondering if there are other sort of lessons learned from it, in that has it changed how you all are doing your work? Has it improved any elements of it? Just kind of overall impressions of using it as a tool.
It was a very quick implementation period for us, and so there were a lot of lessons learned. Some of the best lessons learned were just having a lot of the pre-work done on the canned message, the canned responses for people to minimize the work, get the information across, but do it in an efficient way. And so that's really what we've been striving to do and made a lot of improvements in there. But unfortunately, the call volume is not going down, it's only going up. It's good work we need to know about, you know, but it is impactful, and it's a lot.
Is there an element of being able to, I know that probably before kind of things came in through email or through phone calls, and so you would have your calls coming into all these different places. And so keeping track of when things came in and prioritization was probably a really big challenge. Has that improved that element of the workflow for you, or?
We can tell you, like we spoke about, like was mentioned tonight with the geocoding, pictures availability, it has really made responding to the request much more efficient. So that's one great aspect to it. But yeah, we are constantly reprioritizing. We're looking for areas of, you know, when we don't have a full crew or we've only got a half a crew in doing stuff, that's when we kind of handle the lower level tasks. But safety is obviously our first priority, and we're gonna make a priority of that.
Well, thanks for that. Kind of a sub question to that. There was several mentions of kind of technology optimization and better and more transparent communication, but I didn't necessarily see staff specifically allocated to that task. And so I was wondering if what's the strategy for approaching that technology optimization and improved transparency?
Right. So with the addition of 2 superintendents, we're now finally being able to actually work on some long-term strategic needs. And so, again, it's been just a few months, but we're already starting to see the payoff of that, being able to get better training programs for staff. But there is a business analyst as part of one of the recommendations. We tagged it as the division's lowest expectations because we really need those boots on the ground. Prior to, you know, in addition to telling the story of the work we're doing. But that would be our kind of how we implement it, is the new addition of superintendents, which are allowing supervisors to handle day-to-day operations. And also, if we were ever able to get the opportunity to implement the business analyst position, that would certainly help tremendously.
All right, well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions about Ask SLO. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a couple questions, and one of them is actually about the agenda correspondence and the question that you answered about the difference in using in-house, basically fleet maintenance staff as opposed to using a private repair shop. And the difference in the hourly rate is so shockingly different that it almost makes me want to ask, the city hourly rate, is that a fully loaded rate, including benefits and?
Yes, it is. So that was a fully loaded rate, assuming the employee was top of scale with kind of the highest benefit package, you know, a family insurance rate type of package.
Almost makes me want to know, can I bring my car to you next time? But no, so seriously, that's a shocking and really good comparison. So thank you for providing that. The second question I had is about Ask Slow. And, you know, early on, not recently, so maybe this has been resolved, but early on, sometimes I would get complaints, constructive feedback from people that the responses they got from Ask Slow back were not necessarily explaining what had happened in result of their request, or they just got a message that said the case or the assignment was closed, but then maybe they walked to that park and they still saw the broken whatever it was. And so just wondering if you've been working on that part of the communication piece with Ask Slow and making sure that people get a response back that makes sense.
Absolutely. So part of the process was training our staff and getting everybody on the same page, and it did take some time to do that. So we do, when an Ask Slow request comes in, it then gets made into a work order. So they don't get the kind of the granular details of the work orders. However, they get a notification that the work order has been assigned to a program and when that's been complete. So they don't get the granular details. If it's something else that's you know, looking for when their street's going to be repaved, there's a lot higher level of detail within that. And so we've tried to automate it as much as possible, so we're, you know, to make it as efficient as possible.
But giving people the same response for when you close a ticket as for one type of fix as you would for another, is that what you mean? You kind of tried to standardize it? So
right. So it's just the standardized response is that their problem's been, you know, the work order's been completed and the Ask Slow ticket's been closed. Now, in full transparency, there was times in the beginning where we were closing them before and then making a work order. So again, there was a lot of training to get to get everybody on the same page moving forward.
Well, like I said, I haven't heard that complaint in a while, so it must be going more smoothly now. The last question I would ask about Ask Slow, and I know that sometimes when you implement technology, as you've pointed out, it has resulted in increased workload because at their fingertips, people can put in a request. They can be walking down the street and see a crack in the sidewalk or a broken this or that, and they can just geotag it and send it off to you all. And so it increases the maintenance staff's workload in that way. Sometimes when you implement new technology, it almost, even though it's supposed to make our jobs easier, sometimes it almost can create a whole separate type of work that needs to be done. I know this from my world using electronic health record system. We have an entire set of people now that are health information techs that we didn't have before when we used paper records. Have you seen any sort of issues like that with the adoption of Ask Slow, or has it been basically just the increased workload from the expanded number of requests?
So once we've educated our staff, got them trained and up to speed, there was a little bit of public education as well. There was a little bit of that. But part of the reason why we chose the parent company of Ask Slow was because of their heavy use with CityWorks, which is our asset management system. So they've had already, you know, done this in other cities. However, we have found improvements that would make our lives easier that they're, you know, looking into. But that was a lot of the reasons why we chose to go with GoGov, which is the parent company of Ask Slow, was because they had processes worked out very efficiently.
So you haven't seen the need for a whole nother job class of people just to manage Ask Slow?
No, it wouldn't be another job class, but it absolutely takes more resources, but it's not a separate job class. So it's being handled by crew coordinators, program managers, and administrative assistants currently.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you for another excellent staff report. I recall in reading the report, there's some discussion about just the general increasing complexity of systems that we have to maintain, which makes sense to me. It seems like everything's more complicated these days. But you also mentioned, it got me thinking when you mentioned tonight, the issue around, for example, electric vehicles, where there's an expected maintenance benefit over the long term as we transition to more electric vehicles, where maintenance needs would go down. Is that, and maybe this is a new council member question, but I'm kind of curious how much time you spend doing maybe a couple things. One is looking for simpler systems that we can implement. Maybe we're using one form of technology to address some need, but maybe there's something out there. Might require capital cost, but it might provide savings in the long term. And the other, to what degree we are assessing probably what are typically older systems that have become real maintenance problems, where we're spending a lot of staff time maintaining something that's just not working well, and it'd be better to replace it. But again, it might incur capital costs, so it has to go through a capital budgeting. Is that something that's sort of just an ongoing daily, or do you periodically say, let's do an assessment of, the swimming pool chlorination system? I don't know, making that up.
So let me answer the first part of your question. So we're always looking to implement as simple a system as possible. However, as time progresses, those systems are becoming less and less available. But the keep it simple is a kind of our motto. We when we can, we do. And the second part of your question, we're absolutely constantly kind of assessing the different assets we maintain. One of the beauties of the size of our city is our program managers are actively involved. And so to be quite frank, we don't need to do a lot of data analysis. They know what we need to replace. And Matt can tell you during our kind of CIP budget setting process, I am, very vocal and new roofs, new HVAC systems, trying to maintain the assets that are kind of the sink in staff time first and have the largest impacts to not only maintenance staff, but the organization and community.
Is that the primary place we would see that as when we're evaluating CIP, or, might this come up, if you figure out, hey, there's a new technology out there now and suddenly we can, do this process for half the cost we were doing it before. Is that something that would be passed up the information chain such that we might be able to act on it sooner rather than in a budget or CIP cycle?
So yes, I mean, we're constantly looking for new technology that's going to improve operations, but typically the budget setting process is where we would ask for that money. We have done it outside of there through supplemental budget process, but typically these are large, substantial costs over $25,000 qualifying as a capital improvement project.
Thank you.
And sometimes we see it at conferences like the self-cleaning bathrooms that we dreamily wish we had. Anyway, Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, one of the things I admire about Public Works tremendously is how you all respond in an emergency, in a disaster. The floods is a good example. So how is that built into your structure with, do you have an internal kind of EOC, or how because in those circumstances, no matter what your job is, you guys are dealing with the emergency that's right in front of you, right?
Right.
Yeah, Matt is nodding his head. Yes, so when, all hands on deck,
right.
How is that coordinated within your administrative structure?
So, storm events or floods are a good example of that. We have what we call a DOC, a Department Operations Center. And so if we activate the DOC, in our storm response plan has it very well documented. If we activate the DOC, then there's also different levels where the EOC would be activated, and the EOC is actually supporting the DOC. So the DOC is, managing the incident, and the EOC is supporting the DOC. A lot of acronyms there. After the 2023 floods, we took that opportunity. We had a lot of learning, a lot of lessons learned. We took that opportunity to rewrite our storm response plan, plug in positions to it, and made it very in-depth. And we went a lot wider than just maintenance. So we used CSG as a whole, and really the city as a whole. So I mean, CSOs, different employees from across the organization help out.
Thank you. I definitely want to echo what Councilmember Marks said. I'm always so thankful for your team, and seeing what you all do in the middle of a crisis. We just have an amazing team. I think that the interesting part around maintenance is everything can be going perfectly smoothly, and then all of a sudden, you cleaned yesterday, and then something happens just like tomorrow. And I think that's got to be incredibly frustrating at times. But I am really thankful that you continue to look at operational efficiencies and how do you continue to be effective and in different ways that make it smoother for yourselves as well as for the city as a whole. I don't have a lot of questions. I felt like this was a really thorough study, and so with any other comments, I'll move to public comment.
None at this time.
Okay. Well, then I consider this received and filed. Anything else? All right. Thank you so much.
I'll do better next time.
You were on it. 30 minutes. Perfect. All right. So next we are moving to probably while the most important issue that we have is the 25-27 budget foundation. This will be a good time for us to kind of see how the budget will be reviewed and processed over these next couple of weeks and next couple of months to create what we'll be doing for the next 2.5 years. So along with Director Emily Jackson is also Principal Budget Analyst Riley Kuhn, and they'll be giving us presenting the report today. City Manager McDonald.
Thank you very much. I just thought I would take a quick opportunity before our other presenters take it away. This, as you mentioned, we're getting deep into our budget process. This is the next step. We've had a couple of other high-level conversations with council about where we're at financially, as well as where we're headed into these discussions. I know we've heard from members of the public as well. I know who are here to talk about priorities specifically, and I just wanted to kind of frame the conversation. We'll look at our budget foundation, our plan, our policies that are included in the staff report, some high-level look at where we're at as well. We'll talk about our community forum. We'll talk about our CIP at a high level as well, and then a little bit about the goal-setting process. We have a lot more conversations we'll be having as Mayor, you've mentioned a couple of times that we have our community forum on January 23rd and then an all-day goal-setting conversation with the council on February 8th. We're not looking to get into the details of the goals themselves. Certainly every council meeting and any budget conversation is an opportunity for us to gather feedback. However, we know we could definitely, and we will definitely spend many, many hours talking about goals that are coming up in the next couple of years. So I just wanted to kind of set that stage so that folks know that even though we might not be getting into those details about what the goals may end up being, we will be going through that process in the next couple months, and there will be lots more opportunities for that input. So with that, I just would like to say thank you for the opportunity to say that, and then hand things over to our Director of Finance.
Thank you. I appreciate that you're reframing as well, because we definitely will come back on the 8th to do that.
Great. Good evening, Council, and thank you to Whitney for, I think, a really helpful kickoff to tonight's
budget discussion. We have a lot of items that we're planning to cover this evening. You don't need to memorize these recommendations. We're going to include them on every single slide that we need direction from your council on. And then we'll loop back at the end just to make sure that we've captured all of the information and the guidance that we need from the City Council. I want to kick off tonight's presentation by showing you a slide that I showed you a month ago when we kicked off our formal budget conversations. This is something that you will continue to see in upcoming budget items. I think this is an important place to start every budget discussion, just to remind us all on an ongoing basis that budget development isn't done in a vacuum. There's numerous things that we need to be considering, factoring in every single time we make a decision or we as staff make a recommendation to council about things that have a financial implication, both in the short term or in the long term for the organization. And that's, of course, the most important financial decisions that your council makes every year is adoption of the annual budget. And so I think this is just a really good place to start. We'll be talking tonight about a number of topics that cover each of these areas, and just really important to keep in mind that though we don't touch on all of these items in every single budget presentation, they're always in our minds, on our minds, and things that we're thinking about as we move forward. So like Whitney noted, a number of things included in tonight's presentation. Some of these items are purely informational for council and the community and staff as we continue to move forward towards the community forum next week and then the goal setting workshop on February 8th. So we are not seeking guidance or input from council on every item, but again, we'll loop back where we are. And just because of sort of the diversity of topics before you this evening, my recommendation would be, we've got 4 different presenters. Riley and I will kick it off. We'll go through the first 5 items on this list, and then we'll turn it over to the Public Works Department to provide the long-range capital improvement plan, and then to administration to have a discussion about planning for the community forum and the goal-setting workshop. And so my recommendation would be, just so that our minds are all fresh on each topic, that we maybe pause after we present on the CalPERS pension, additional discretionary payments, take any questions that council may have and do some deliberation, and then move on and do that with both the long-range CIP as well as our final topic before you all this evening. And so if that works, I think that's probably the easiest way to organize all of our brains around all of these different topics. So this slide is hopefully not a surprise to anybody. This is information that we covered in the setting the stage item just about a month ago. This is an item that we are not seeking direction from council on this evening, but is just kind of a reminder of broader economic conditions and things that we're thinking about as we're setting out to build the budget for the coming 2 years. The report includes an attachment that has a pretty long list of curated links to various economic reports. A lot of these are posted on the city's website as well, but these all, again, are, I think, helpful reference material as we think about what our own budget can support. Like we talked about when we presented the long-term forecast most recently on October 1st, is that there's a lot of things that we know that we have factored into the forecast, and there's a lot of things that we don't know and we don't have clarity on right now. And so the forecast that was presented to your council on October 1st with the year-end budget report showed a modest deficit in the next fiscal year, things improving, and then growing deficits in the out years. That forecast still stands today only because there's a lot of information that we're waiting on. So we have yet to receive updated information from HDL, our sales tax consultants. We're waiting on that. We, of course, have upcoming labor negotiations. We'll be having some discussions with your council over the coming months as we work through that process, but there's certainly a lot of unknowns there on the expenditure side of the equation.
We've talked about, of course, the increased cost to support our growing community. The most notable of those, of course, is the addition of a 5th fire station to ensure that the southern end of town is the response times aren't compromised for the folks that live down there and the businesses that are located down there. And that is something that was more recently factored into the long-term forecast and drives a portion of the projected deficit. Important on that one to keep in mind that there's still a lot of factors at play there. Location of a 5th fire station, costs to build a 5th fire station, to staff it, and more recently, some questions about the actual timing of when we need to bring it online just based upon development and continued build out of the Avila Ranch development. So we hope to have additional information for council here pretty soon on that item. And then of course, the 2023 storm expenditure reimbursement. We're continuing to work with FEMA and Cal OES to secure funding for to repay our costs for all of the unbudgeted costs that we incurred because of the storms in 2023. Timing of that continues to be unclear for a lot of the reasons that we've discussed previously. And then just yesterday, we added 2 more bullet points, things that we're tracking. Of course, the devastating fires that we're seeing down in the Los Angeles area are having a very real impact on that community. And I think it remains to be seen what that's going to mean statewide. But with over 12,000 structures damaged or destroyed, there's going to be a significant need down in that area for contractors and other folks who can support the rebuilding and redevelopment of those areas. And so we don't know what that will mean for this area, but that's something that we're tracking pretty closely, is that we rely on a lot of the same contractors that folks in LA do. And so really remains to be seen what happens there, but I think reasonably can make an assumption that this could cause costs to increase for everybody who's looking to do some type of development. And then finally, as we get closer to Inauguration Day on Monday, we're paying pretty close attention to some of the potential actions by the incoming federal administration. I think one of the things that's getting the most attention in the press is conversations around mass deportations. That's obviously got a very significant impact for us as humans, but also potential to have pretty significant economic impacts, particularly for the state of California. So those are things that we're tracking very closely and things that could ultimately impact the city's forecast. And so we'll continue to keep you updated as we know more on each of those items. So moving on, this is the first item that we'll be seeking some input from council on this evening. Back around the time that we first debuted the forecast that showed a deficit in the out years, council understandably had some questions about how do we address that. And so one of the things that I mentioned at that time is that we were working on developing a set of budget balancing strategies that were intended to really operationalize some of council's adopted fiscal policies, as well as prior guidance provided through fiscal health response and contingency plans, the city's fiscal responsibility philosophy. I think it's really important that all of the items outlined in those documents are front of mind for us, especially as we go through the next couple of years. Just like every other agency, I think we're navigating some pretty tricky and uncertain fiscal waters. And so I think it's going to be really important that we're, again, able to go back to strategies as staff with guidance from council so that we have a very clear understanding of what council views as acceptable in terms from a budget balancing strategy standpoint. The budget balancing strategies are new for the organization, but again, there's a lot of overlap between guidance provided by prior councils. And so the strategies before your council this evening include prior adopted strategies in fiscal health response or contingency plans, and also reflects best practices identified by the Government Finance Officers Association, which establishes best practices in municipal and governmental budgeting in North America. The strategies are broken out into two different categories. They're general and flexible enough to support us both in times of fiscal contraction and economic difficulty, as well as fiscal recovery and growth, because how we grow after contraction is really important to our long-term fiscal sustainability and that of all of the programs that we provide. So the strategies in the agenda packet for navigating financial difficulty include both long and short-term strategies, as well as strategies that we would not recommend using at this point in time. The idea with short-term strategies is that we use them very sparingly and at the onset of identified financial difficulty. And the intent is that we buy ourselves time to identify and implement longer-term budget balancing strategies. And so short-term strategies, again, can help us balance a budget in 1 year, but don't really get us to structural balance. And so that's why there's a distinction between those types of strategies. And then the unlikely strategies are, there's two of them at this point. But those identify, mandatory furloughs and complete elimination of training budgets, which is not a good idea, especially, if we're trying to do more with less. And then on the guidance in terms of financial recovery and growth, the main point there is really that there needs to be a good balance and consideration between investment in the city's financial security, so ensuring that our reserves and are fully funded, and that we've got contingency funds set aside to address unanticipated or emergent issues. Also, that we balance that with programmatic and service growth, as well as, very importantly, investing in our employees so that we're able to attract and retain well-qualified employees, because those are the people that actually deliver all of the services that we provide to the community. And so this evening, we're seeking any input from council on the recommended budget balancing strategies, and we'll come back to that again towards the end of Riley and I's portion of the presentation. Also, as a part of the Budget Foundation every 2 years, we ask council to revisit its fiscal policies. These are the ones that are published in the reference materials section of the financial plan. We are not recommending significant updates outside of anything that we've previously heard from the council on. The most significant updates this evening are really to incorporate what we believe council's guidance to have been related to user fee cost recovery as part of the July 2nd budget user fee hearing to set the current user fee schedule for fiscal year 24-25. So in addition to moving different types of programs between cost recovery categories, we also heard from council that there's a desire, and we agree absolutely, that we should be going through a concerted effort to update our user fees every 3 years rather than every 5. That, of course, helps to build our internal capacity to do this type of work, but also make sure that we're doing a better job of making sure that our fees keep pace with the cost to actually provide the service, but also provides your council with an opportunity to weigh in more frequently about, hey, this fee is too high and we don't want to, restrict access to this program or service, and so we want to look at a lower cost recovery category. So we believe that we got your direction correct from July 2nd, but there was not consensus across the board on every item. And so if there are any changes, we would love to hear that so that we can bring these policies back to your council in a format that you're approving of with part of budget adoption in June later this year. We've also made some updates to CIP and HR policies, and those are really to just kind of align with current practices. And then on the investment and debt management policies, there's actually no change to the policies, but it's more of a change to the summary of the policies that are included. Those are standalone policies that live kind of outside of the financial plan document. But the idea there is to kind of hit more of the highlights in each of those policies so that readers of the document don't have to dig to get more information on those policies. So we would like input from council this evening on those policies as well. I'm now going to turn it over to Riley, who is going to cover the rest of our presentation, and then we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. The next topic on our list here is the financial plan organization. And here we're seeking input from council on any other changes, including the recommended changes to the structure and content of the financial plan. Our goal in crafting the recommendations was to make really minor changes to what's already a very good and, in fact, award-winning document. We wanted to do a little bit to improve transparency and readability for the user. And one example of this is the financial tables that we've included. This is the current charts and tables within a department write-up of the financial plan. And here, these three charts are all very good, but they have different formats, categories, and level of detail. And so one of the improvements that we proposed was to simply look for a little bit more consistency between programs, departments, and funds, so that if you've mastered how to read one, you can probably figure out how to read all of them, and there's a lot less cross-referencing required. The next item on our list is the CalPERS funded status, and here we're going to be seeking guidance from council on what we return with the Q2 budget report to make a payment, but we thought it was worth a little bit more background context here. Our last review by an independent actuary was presented to council in May of 2023, and that identified 4 main causes for our pension being underfunded, which I think we're all well aware of now. First and probably most impactful is that CalPERS investment returns have underperformed both their targets and the broader markets. Second is that recent changes to the CalPERS contribution policies have somewhat obscured the impact of losses on the portfolio. Third is that prior to PEPRA, so for employees hired before 2012, the city offered especially generous retirement benefits. Those are no longer offered to new employees without years of service. And finally, since 2012, the city has had more retirees receiving benefits than employees paying into the fund. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're upside down, but it does mean that we're more sensitive to market fluctuations. So moving on to our funded status, this table shows that status by plan and the citywide weighted average. Our funded ratio citywide is at 63.5%. I think this table is also interesting because it does provide some evidence that the PEPRA plans are working as intended. The 2 plans that have only PEPRA members, Safety Fire and Safety Police, each have funded ratios of around 90%. Our largest plan, Miscellaneous, includes everyone but safety. And this plan is underfunded, largely because it's primarily retired workers at this point. We have 500 retired members receiving those more generous legacy benefits, and of the 351 active members, 70% are on PEPRA plans. So we have reached the point where the majority of the workforce here is on PEPRA. We have not reached the point where the majority of the retirees are. And then the next largest is our safety plan. In that plan, 80% of the 252 members are now retired. So outside of our control and not helping our CalPERS investment returns, this table compares their returns to their targets, which do change over time. And as you can see, there's tremendous market volatility. In one year, we had returns in excess of 20%. In one year, we had losses. In 4 of the last 6 years, we've underperformed the target. And every time that happens, our unfunded liability payments will increase. And this brings us to where we're seeking council input on what we return for a 2024-2025 additional discretionary payment. We've crafted this recommendation based on the increase to wages, salaries, and overtime from 2018-2019 to fiscal year 23-24. And this is the time frame of the fiscal health response plan to present. This includes both headcount growth and cost of living increases. This is what the actuarial consultant recommended. They said that this was both sufficient and necessary. To do what we can. This payment current would improve our funded status by about 0.5%, 46 basis points. It's not much, but it's what we can do and within our control, and we look forward to your guidance on what we should be doing this year.
Sorry. With that, that concludes our portion of the presentation this evening, so we'd be happy to take any questions council may have.
Great, thank you. What a really good summary of what we've been kind of going through and where we're looking ahead for as far as our forecast. It is unfortunate, of course, that the deficit will continue to be here at this point in time, but that we are looking at how we're going to decrease the deficit is the key. I know that we talked about, you shared about the CalPERS retirees versus active versus PEPRA. And when we talk about training, one of my concerns is when we have newer people, we have to make sure we keep them trained or train them to the point where they don't have the intellectual capital, they don't have experience of the people that have already been here for a long time. So when you talk about creating a foundation for our staff, and you talk about the potential training budget cut or not cut, how does each department kind of determine that when they're sharing that with you?
That's a great question, and something that we've been talking about internally is we don't currently have kind of a standard amount that we budget for training for employees. It's going to vary, of course, depending on the classification. We have some positions that we require to maintain certain certifications in order to be able to legally do their jobs. Those folks cost a little bit more, but that's something that we're actually looking at, is trying to get kind of like a baseline understanding of how much we're paying per employee for training. You know, we have some employees who benefit heavily, you know, from local software solutions trainings. We do a lot of webinars in our office because that's how finance professionals like to share information rather than getting together in person. But you know, that's not how it looks like across the board. There's a lot of in-person conferences and training as well. And so yeah, I think that's a really good question, and something that we're trying to kind of get our arms around a little bit more.
Great, thank you. And I love as each year the budget does get easier and easier and is award-winning, easier and easier to read. I wouldn't say it's easier to create, sorry. But with that, how do you determine, is it just based on best practices as to how you're going to change the tables and the charts, or do you socialize it with different people who are not financial staff? What does that look like?
Yeah, we've got some of our own thoughts, right? The budget document should be something that really helps to communicate not only, you know, how much we spend and how much we bring in, but, you know, GFOA establishes that it should also be kind of an operations guide, a policy document, including our financial policies, and then a communications device, so an opportunity to tell our story and talk about the work that we do and some of the challenges that we may have, the opportunities and successes. And so that heavily guides it. But, you know, we look at the budget document on an ongoing basis. And so some of it is just personal experience, like, gosh, I have to look at 5 different pages to get this number. We could make that easier for people. And so there's a bit of that, but we've also been having some conversations with some departments and fiscal officers out in departments to get their input as well. And I like to look at other budget documents in my spare time. And so lots of good ideas out there as well.
That makes sense. Thank you. I really appreciate you focusing on the unfunded pension liability. One of the things that I receive comments on sometimes is, oh, we don't have to come to council anymore. You're already doing that thing, whatever that thing is, fill in the blank. And I would say unfunded pension liability was a big topic of conversation in this community for a long time. I remember being on chamber committees before I was ever on the council, and this was a concern for a lot of business people. So when we think about the additional payments, we've been doing this with the unassigned money from the budgets in the past. And are you recommending officially that we change that process? I know we talked about that a little bit in the 221s, that you're kind of looking for a little more guidance as to what percentage we're going to talk about on a regular basis, or is it just a different decision each year? What are you looking for?
I think at this point, the use of unassigned fund balance has worked really well for us. We've always had enough to make that additional discretionary payment. We'll have enough to make the increased additional discretionary payment. So that's the process that I would recommend, at least in the near term. You know, if things were to significantly change, or if there was a year in which council said, you know, that's, you know, not the best value for our dollar, we could revisit it and talk about, is there another mechanism to make sure that we're reserving money for that, or not reserving as much money for that. But I think the use of unassigned fund balance has worked pretty well. The policy that council more recently adopted, you know, prioritizes use of unassigned fund balance for additional discretionary payments to CalPERS, addressing infrastructure needs, and then health and safety issues that emerge. So it's an appropriate use of unassigned fund balance. It's, again, not something that we're required to do. It's something that we've elected to do in an effort to pay down the pension debt. And we do this, you know, in addition to making our normal annual payments to CalPERS, which we're required to do. And if we weren't able to do that, we'd be in a much worse position than we're in right now. But so I think it works at this time. But I think, you know, that's a good conversation to have about, does it make sense to do it that way, or is there a better way to do it?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Shorsman.
Thank you. Along those lines with the CalPERS payments and using the unassigned fund balance to make the discretionary payment, would you also still continue to recommend, I think we've been doing a $2 million to the 1115, am I getting the number right, the trust each year as well? Would you continue to recommend that as well? 115, 1115, something like that.
Yeah, it's the 115 trust. We set that up 2 years ago now, and that's a conversation that I've got on my list for Whitney when we get there, just to talk about. I think given where we are, it's probably worth revisiting that practice and getting a sense of, you know, is that the best way to handle this moving forward? You know, the idea behind funding the 115 trust is that we hedge against the potential that future councils may not be as focused on, you know, addressing pension debt. And, you know, given where we are right now, that's maybe not something we want to be doing. That, you know, with the additional payments, we're already doing more than a lot of agencies are. But I think that's probably something that we should also have a conversation about upcoming.
It does sort of act like a rainy day reserve in a sense, though, right? That we could use those funds if we were ever in a position where we couldn't make our regular payment. I mean, God forbid, hope we're never there. But anyway, thank you.
Rainy day for CalPERS only, though, right? Yeah. Councilmember Francis.
I'm just going to keep going with the CalPERS train here. So just following up on the 115 trust there, am I reading between the lines correctly to understand that you feel like we're making good progress, and that would be the reason to change the policy around putting additional monies into the 115, or why would we revisit that decision right now?
I think that it's, no, I don't think that there's not a need moving forward. I just think that given where we are and, budgets are going to be a little bit tighter moving forward, I think we just need to be more conscientious about where we're putting our money and making sure, understanding that, one of the things that really challenges us and every other PERS agency, from like a funded status standpoint and unfunded liability standpoint, is the biggest thing that impacts our funded status is CalPERS investment losses or returns. And so, it's difficult, I think, to provide additional payments and additional payments, and then to see how that money is invested and how it performs ultimately in the market. And that's not all on CalPERS. That's just a condition of how the market's performing. So I think conversation about the 115 trust and all the different options that we have for trying to expedite pay down of our pension debt are good things to be talking about on an ongoing basis as economic conditions continue to fluctuate.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And also thank you, Riley, for the truly excellent description of kind of the scenario that we're facing with CalPERS. Kind of brings me back around to one more question with CalPERS. I loved that phrasing, both sufficient and necessary, the additional payment and the new calculation of what that would look like. Can you remind me what the downside is to putting another huge chunk on top of that? Because the word sufficient sort of implies like we don't want to necessarily do a lot more than that in a given year. And I think you sort of alluded to this with the, in a given year, we might see the market kind of fluctuate wildly, and then that additional payment might, really kind of be for naught. Is that the only downside to throwing other large chunks of money at this CalPERS situation?
I think I don't know that I would call it a downside, but I think, it's a trade-off, right? So it's ultimately coming out of the same pot of money, whether it's the general fund to cover general fund headcount and staffing, or if it's an enterprise fund for, the positions that live in those funds. So in my mind, it's always a question of, is this the best thing we can do with every dollar, or is there something that we need to do elsewhere within the operating or the capital budget for that matter. And so, it's just kind of about trying to get our arms around and understanding what are all of the needs and how do those needs and priorities stack up against one another. And this is just kind of another example of where additional investment here will require trade-offs over here. So, I think that the additional discretionary payments, like we heard from our actuary at Foster & Foster about 18-ish months ago now, we're on the right path, we're doing the right thing, and we really need to stay the course. So I wouldn't recommend not doing additional payments, and I think that even though it doesn't always feel good, especially in a year where there's investment losses, our funded status changes constantly depending on the year that we're in, our head count, how many PEPRA, versus classic versus tier 2 employees that we have, what the makeup is, everybody's ages and years to retirement. So there's a lot of different factors that we need to consider. And in the years where CalPERS has, it doesn't feel good to contribute extra money and then for there to be losses on the investment side of things, but it does feel really good when you've committed and then there's wins on the investment side of things. So it's one of those things that's difficult to predict.
Yeah, I appreciate a little additional information there.
And I think City Manager wanted to join in on that as well.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of additional kind of thoughts, I think. One is that because our practice and our proposal is to not build this in as an operating expenditure, but to continue to pay them using year-end, essentially, excess reserves, then what we're really talking about is trying to make decisions about best use of one-time monies. So we wouldn't be wanting to trade off and add a new program, let's say, because generally we wouldn't recommend adding new programs using year-end money or one-time monies. And so it's taking all of these considerations together, one, the Foster and Foster report with their recommendations, same with our finance director's recommendation that we not stop making those additional payments. The question will just become how much more, when you're considering making the payment, how much more is worth it depending on other one-time things that we're looking at. And it's hard to totally predict what might be coming down the line. We'd be largely looking at capital investments, I would imagine, or other needs in the community that are coming up at that time. So that's where we start to look at it's a matter of investments, return on investments, but because we're looking at a marketplace that ends up potentially sort of eating up our additional payment, that at least that's how it might feel. It's a matter of trying to value.
Consistent. Yeah.
That's important as well. Eventually, we should see the return in our required payments dwindling because we've paid down that unfunded liability to a point where we can actually quantify the dollar amounts that we're saving. The other piece as well that I would mention is, when we look at our funded status, typically we look at a total as a total. So I think we're at an overall 64% funded. But when you look at those tiers and the different classifications, we have one group that's over 90. From a just value of money standpoint, typically and what I've learned and been told is you usually want your funded status to be somewhere between 80 and 90%. You usually don't want to go above that because it's, again, a matter of kind of what's happening in the market. Is that the best use of your money at that time? So it's much more nuanced and complicated than just the pure, we're at 64% overall, because these numbers here tell a different story. And then same with when we look at how much funding we've been putting into the additional discretionary payments and what that returns us, it will come back to us, but I don't know if will any of us still be here? I'm not totally sure, but it will. It'll be worth it.
Thank you for that 80 to 90 figure. That's actually the number I was looking for when I was asking about throwing a lot of additional funds towards this. There is kind of a magic number we don't want to go over, is my understanding, and I guess that's the 80 to 90.
That's what I've been told in the past, and so I'm sure other people might have a different thought, but because you do see some plans go above 100% at times, and then you wonder, well, cool, does that mean we're funding someone else's retirement plan then? So we trying to navigate it. It's very nuanced. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. We don't have any idea. I should ask this as a question. Do we have any idea what the dollar amount of unassigned fund balance might be? We don't know at this point, right? Or do we have? I understand the priorities that you stated earlier, but the council also has discretion about what we would do with an unassigned fund balance at the end of the year. And so you were earlier talking about, one of the slides was talking about $3 million as additional. Mm-hmm. So I personally, I don't think it's a good idea tonight to commit to devote the whole amount of the unassigned fund balance to an additional payment. Even though we've set that as a priority, we still have discretion. I think we should hang on to that discretion until we know actually how much money we're talking about as being unassigned fund balance.
And since we're just in the questions phase, you'll probably talk about that more in deliberation,
I'm
right?
questioning, do we know how much?
Okay.
Thank you.
We do, yes. So we actually wrapped up and published our annual comprehensive financial report, I think on December 23rd.
Okay.
It was on Christmas Eve, actually. And the amount that's shown in the ACFR, which is what we'll come to council with on February 18th as a part of the second quarter budget report, is just under $9.2 million. So that's very slightly higher than what we reported with our unaudited financials at the end of 23-24 back in October.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilmember Boswell.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question a little bit about debt financing. I'd sent some staff some questions at our current level of debt financing. I'm not a big fan of debt financing, but it makes sense in certain situations, and we obviously use it for a variety of capital projects. When we are looking at our capital projects list, do we have a process for deciding whether we would evaluate something on our capital projects list for possible debt financing, or how is that decision made when we use it and when we do not?
We were having that conversation, I think, at like 2 o'clock today. Yeah, that's a great question. Very, very timely, I think, as Public Works is working to develop the CIP for the next 2 years. We do use debt. We do not use a lot of it. I mean, I think we use probably an average to less amount than other organizations of our size. So, projects like the Cultural Arts District parking structure, that was a pretty big deal for us. Not something we do on a regular basis. But yeah, we've had a number of projects, large scale projects that have been debt financed, and we don't have I would say black and white process by which we identify what projects should be debt financed, but Public Works, as part of development of the coming 2-year CIP, has been kind of pulling out and identifying large scale projects that we don't just have money on hand for, that might be good candidates for debt financing. And so we're starting to take a look at that list and talk about the up and downside to all of those. We do have debt capacity identified. There's legal debt limits. We've got, policy debt limits that are noted in our debt management policy and included in the agenda correspondence earlier today. We're well under those, so we do have additional debt capacity. But in addition to debt capacity, one of the things that we need to consider is, how much are we willing to tolerate, understanding that we typically pay debt back over 30 years, how much are we willing to tolerate, set aside? It would likely come out of the capital improvement plan budget. So, how much do we want to be paying annually out of the CIP to repay debt? So that's a conversation that we're having right now as well. And then the other big thing that factors in outside of repayment amounts and what the trade-offs are associated with that is the mechanism that we typically use to issue debt is lease revenue bonds. And what lease revenue bonds require us to do is identify existing city assets that we can pledge so that if for some reason we were to default, investors could take over, operation or ownership of other city facilities. And so we just pledged the Marsh Street parking structure as collateral for the new Cultural Arts District parking structure. We had enough value in the Marsh Street structure, but we don't have an unlimited, amount of assets that we can pledge. And unfortunately, our higher dollar value assets are things like our water treatment plants, which were funded through water bonds, right? And so we can't pledge something. It's not a good practice to pledge something that's a really critical, piece of infrastructure that helps us to ensure some of our most basic requirements to provide clean drinking water to our residents and businesses. So those are all things that we need to factor in as we consider debt financing. But yeah, we try to kind of pull out what are the larger scale projects, and we're at the point right now where we're ready to move forward with larger scale projects after decades of planning for them. And so I think that's part of the reason that we don't currently have a formulaic process by which we identify what projects are debt financed, but that's something that we've been talking to Public Works about putting together.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the questions, and I think we will move on to the next part of your presentation with Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Madeline Casenta. I'm the CIP Administrative Manager. And today we just wanted to share the work that we've done so far in the capital improvement plan, getting ready for the 25-27 financial plan. Two things going. So there are a couple things that we're focusing on this year, and one of those things is aligning not only our project funding with available balance, but aligning our staffing resources with that funding in the appropriate years. That's been something that we've had a difficult time with in the past, seeing as that currently we have 88 projects on the books and 10 staff managing those projects. In addition, we're transitioning to a fully constrained 10-year CIP. The reason for that is in the past, we've had a 2-year constrained CIP with an unconstrained CIP in the out years. What that's done is set unattainable expectations in the out years, meaning that we've had $12 million in year 3 that we don't have funding for and cannot deliver on those projects. What ends up happening every 2 years when we go through the budget process is those projects tend to shift into the out years even further out, and people are wondering why these projects aren't happening. So we're hoping to transition to this model. Unfortunately, what this means that council and the community will see likely in this current budget process is that projects will likely be seen to shift out. Hopefully this means that we will deliver when we say we'll deliver, or as projects and priorities shift, then you'll kind of see the impact of that moving forward. We have some main focuses as well as for prioritizing projects. One of those things is maintaining existing assets, and we'll kind of go over what that looks like. Addressing mandates and development agreements that we have to adhere to, and looking to address council goals and community priorities that we will learn more about in the community forum. It's important to understand the CIP delivery process when we're budgeting for projects and the timeline it takes for us to deliver those. We aim to budget for design and construction in separate years so that the funds aren't tied up or unspent in a fiscal year. City staff typically does preliminary cost estimates during the funding request stage. You can see on the slides that's where the first greenish gray star is. And then we don't get a good engineer's estimate until where the blue star is. Staff's recommending an additional year between some of our larger scale projects that would allow us to have the budgeting process between those years so that we can get a better cost estimate during the budgeting process. This won't be for all projects, but some of our larger scale projects. Typically for our average projects, this takes about 18 months to deliver, just from the initial scoping phase to award the construction project, not to deliver the full project through construction. And then as you look through, you know, we have environmental review, fish and wildlife, all these different things that you might have to go through or get different permits for, Caltrans, different permitting processes. Those take additional time. So depending on what project you have, the duration can get longer. Speaking to what our Deputy Director of Public Works spoke on earlier, this is our need for our annual maintenance and reoccurring CIP needs. This is prior to any of our new or larger scale projects. So this is for maintaining our roofs on our existing assets, roadway paving, utility maintenance. We've also included our IT maintenance replacements, which is typically a set fee that we include in our CAP, since there's a separate IT oversight committee that recommends these projects to us. We have fleet replacements in here that we typically have an average cost on, and a CIP reserve that supports all of our capital projects throughout the year. So the ideal funding for this is almost at about $30 million annually. This includes not only general fund dollars, but enterprise funds. And the general fund dollars, which is in some of your council correspondence, sits around 18 million. This is ideal funding. We're not necessarily recommending that we're funding all of this. We'll have to weigh what that looks like with the community forum and what those larger scale projects look like and what the needs are for those. We wanted to give a little look into what the draft CIP will look like. And we didn't want to give a premature look at the full CIP list, as we're coming into the community forum and still have some work to do on that. What the council can expect is to see a lot of what you saw in the last CIP. We are still expecting to focus on efforts on following through in the design and construction on these existing larger scale projects. So electrification of EV charge on buildings, EV charging stations, city fleet, new parks that have grants or were part of a development agreement, roads and utility infrastructure, public safety building projects such as Fire Station 5 and the Public Safety Center, safety upgrades to parking structures, and enhance multimodal transportation throughout the city. I wanted to echo again what my colleagues have said, but we did want to touch on the recent fires in Southern California and potential impacts that they might have on construction specifically. So far, Palisades and the Eden fires have destroyed more than 12,000 structures. We don't fully understand what those impacts might have on our community, but we're preparing for this and wanted to prepare the council for what that might look like in the future. We might see some increased demand on construction materials and some labor shortages. There might be inflation to some of our predicted cost in construction. So what will, moving forward, our next steps are, you guys will see our first preview of the CIP on April 15th. Following that, on May 20th, we'll come back with the development impact fee related projects. And then on June 3rd, we'll have the final CIP recommendation to council. And we're not seeking any guidance, but we're happy to take questions at this time.
Well, thank you. That was very thorough. Sorry, I was just thinking about all of those dates. Any questions from my colleagues at this time? Well, thank you for sharing. It's wild, just when we last met, just, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, we weren't even talking about, you know, that many structures being burnt down, and a whole nother factor brought into this budget conversation. So it's just wild to really process. Thank you so much for your time. And I believe we have one more presentation. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to be here. My name is Natalie Harnett, as you knew me from the previous Principal Budget Analyst. But this year I'll be taking the lead on the coordination for the Community Forum and the Goal Setting Workshop. So first off, we completed our first step in the process, which was the community survey, which was open for 1 month from November 12th to December 13th. I'm happy to announce we had over 1,600 responses, which is a 25% increase from our last survey. Up on the screen is how these priorities were ranked, with the other category being summarized in more detail in the report. So we used the community's feedback from the survey to develop the proposed station areas for our community forum, and I'll get into that in a couple slides here. So the community forum is scheduled for January 23rd, which is next Thursday at the Ludwig Community Center. This will be a joint meeting between the City Council and the Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission. Doors open for the event at 5:30, and we will kick off the meeting at 6 p.m. with a welcome and a short presentation from the Finance Director. The open house or workshop portion of the event will be about an hour long, and that'll start around 6:45. Attendees will have the opportunity to roam between the various stations that are going to be set up in both the gym and the other part of the community room. We'll reconvene for public comment around 7:15 and expect the meeting to go until about 8:30 or 9. So on the slide, I just have a couple of photos from the previous community forum just to help orient you to the format if you weren't at that one. So the photo on the left shows a snippet of the breakout station, and you can see on the screen in the back there is where we'll be displaying that real-time feedback from the community. And then you see some conversation happening there between staff and some community members. And then the photo on the right is the sitting area for the presentation. Last time we had about 200 attendees, which is great. So hopefully we can beat that this year. I also just wanted to clarify that Council will not be discussing any of the priorities at the forum. It's really just an opportunity for the community to provide feedback. As noted in the report, we will also have a supervised children's room at the Ludwig Center and a handful of bilingual staff there to help translate to Spanish as well as needed. During the breakout sessions, we're going to encourage the community to participate as much as possible. People can make their way through some or all of the stations and have conversations with council, the REOC, and other community members and staff. At each station, attendees can review and rank a list of planned work program items that fall underneath each category. So the purpose of having those pre-populated items is to help community members kind of see and educate them on what's already planned and weigh in on the projects that we have planned and that are most important to them. However, if there are ideas that are not shown on these pre-populated lists, we'll also have an option, a polling option for them to enter those free-form ideas, and that'll be showing real time as well. The community feedback about the planned and new work plan items comes in critical when the council is later on considering the available resources with the community's priorities at the goal setting workshop. We used the same format last year and received a lot of positive feedback. I also wanted to clarify that participants do not need to use a cell phone if they don't have one or if they choose not to use one. It is the easiest way to do it, but we will also have staff available at each station to help enter responses on the laptop, or they can choose to write it with pen and paper. We've gotten a few questions about if people can participate remotely, and the answer is that the presentation itself will be live streamed. And anyone who is not able to attend the breakout sessions can email their responses to communityforum@slocity.org. And then, of course, we'll include this information when we're compiling all of that information for council. And then a question came up, and I did want to just present it to you. It is an option to provide a link to the polling activity. So we could make that public online as well. That is an option, and we do have the option of extending it, the time frame as well, if that's something council would like to do. In order to make it more equitable this year, we are trying something a little new, and we will be posting the pre-populated station topics, so the projects and work plan items ahead of time. So that'll be published with the agenda later this week. This gives people an opportunity to come prepared with their responses and questions to the forum, or submit feedback via the email option. And then, of course, we'll provide instructions on this all at the forum as well. So based on those survey responses, these are the 9 proposed stations. The reason for 9 is to kind of capture as many of the priorities as we can, while also keeping it a manageable number, because the rooms do get pretty full. So we realize there is some overlap between the stations, and there are some things that didn't make it on this list. So with that in mind, staff is seeking input and guidance from your city council on these stations, including possible changes to the names or editing the stations themselves. So the next step is the goal setting workshop, which is scheduled for Saturday, February 8th. It will be facilitated by a third-party expert, Summer Curley from the Center of Organizational Effectiveness. Summer has facilitated previous goal-setting workshops and has done an excellent job tailoring the goal-setting process to the council's needs. In advance of the goal-setting workshop, council members will each have a one-on-one interview with Summer, and this gives them an opportunity to both share their thoughts on priorities so far and also provide feedback on the goal-setting process. So I know some of you have already met with Summer, and for those who haven't, you probably have some meetings scheduled. Staff will then work with Summer to finalize the pre-work needed in order to have an effective goal-setting workshop. The pre-work has historically included a template for the individual council members to fill out that outlines their recommended changes or additions to the existing major city goals. Given the alignment with community priorities over the last several financial plans, the focus of the goal-setting workshop actually was more so on strategy and tasks and wordsmithing. But of course, that can always change. So the goal setting is designed to be a council-driven process. Therefore, we look forward to any feedback that you have. Some of you might remember in years past, we've done a ranking worksheet. So that's an option as well. We could do something, and that basically is each council member is given a certain set of numbers, and you can go through and rank a list of major city goal options. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and then we'll collect feedback later.
Awesome, thank you. Can you go back one more slide to the priorities? So, you know, we've heard today and in many days about neighborhood wellness recently, and so would that just go under the other category if people want to come and share their input about the neighborhood wellness? The one thing that I keep coming back to, I think it was in our budget meeting, is there's kind of a couple aspects of neighborhood wellness. I think safe housing is actually its own thing. But secondly, in neighborhood wellness, there's the, back in the day, I don't want to call it this because I'm not trying to say St. Patrick's Day, but like the block parties where you got to know each other, and we actually gave neighborhood wellness grants so people could get to know each other in their different communities. Then there's the economic development side of it, whereas undesirable or desirable names, depending if you like them or not, the low bro, so high, you know, all of those different aspects. So I guess I'm just wondering, with that neighborhood wellness, does that get split up into different categories, or does that, you know, just kind of become its own underneath other? So I think that's kind of where some people have asked me questions that I don't have a good answer for them, other than where you feel it, where you, the individual, feels it makes the most sense is probably where they should put it. But at the same time, not sure if you as staff have kind of like been talking about this as well.
Yeah, we've been talking about it a little bit, and we're happy to take council's feedback. As you mentioned, there's components of neighborhood wellness and safe housing in many of the other kind of priorities listed. So we're going to have those staff available if there's questions and comments. As far as inputting their feedback, it could be done on the other station within housing, or it could be done within the other New Ideas station altogether. Ultimately, all of that feedback is going to be collected, and we can tag it and categorize it certain ways so it can all be together in one place. And then you'll see the feedback and you know, make decisions or make recommendations going into the goal setting workshop, if that answers your question.
I think so. And I think there's this, I think in the past, we've had priorities, and then as we're creating the priorities, then we end up creating goals and actions, but there's also kind of like a theme that may not be the priority, but there's a theme that we kind of have as a subplot to some of our conversations. So, i.e. code enforcement fits into so many of these priorities, but it's not, you know, the priority of the year of code enforcement. So trying to figure out, how do we talk about when code enforcement is included in multiple, for example, we're not ignoring code enforcement, but yet we are prioritizing it. So how does that come out? So I think part of that conversation is what I'd love to kind of drill down a little bit more, not necessarily today, but maybe on the 8th when we get to that point. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. With relation to having a QR code or a link to the survey, that if people are not there and they're watching at home on their in their pajamas while we are downtown at the Ludwig Center, how would you share that with people that are at home?
So we can actually just put up the QR code as part of the presentation, like folks that are watching right now, and they can just scan it on their phone. We can also write in the link, the exact, you know, link, so that they can type it in or copy and paste it directly into their browser.
Okay, it'd have to be an easy enough link that people can,
yeah.
a short URL or something.
Yeah.
And then what are the options, or what would you propose for leaving that open if we were to choose to direct to do that? Like for the following day or a couple of days, or what would be reasonable?
I think staff's recommendation would be like a day, because it is supposed to be, you know, a community forum for our community, and we just don't want to leave it open for others to participate outside of that. And so, and that'll also give us time to compile the data, because there's that, it's kind of a time crunch between the community forum and the goal setting workshop.
Right, you got to tabulate the data at some point. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing up the issue or the area that I think we've heard a lot about in bits and pieces in email and from community members, and even here tonight at public comment, is this term, which I don't even really like the term that much. I don't think it explains what it is, but the neighborhood wellness. I've always struggled with that term. I know it's a term that has been used historically for kind of the neighborhood issues, especially around noise and Cal Poly disturbances and in the neighborhoods around Cal Poly in particular, not necessarily exclusively, but in particular. So I'm wondering if it's not, I'm a little concerned that if it's not part of one of the names of the 9 categories, that I think this is kind of what you were saying, that people won't know where to weigh in. So, and apologies, I'm not getting to my question very quickly, but maybe what you were saying is that even if people express things at the forum that are related to what has been known as neighborhood wellness, at the other table, or they do it at the housing table, or they do it at the safety table, you will still be able to pull those items out and kind of lump them together in appropriate categories. So am I hearing you correctly?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have the ability to go through and analyze the data and see everything that's related to neighborhood wellness or that category.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the questions I get most often about community forum is kind of how to think about what the goal of it is. And a lot of community groups will ask, should we think of this as an extension of the survey? Essentially, the survey is back up, and this is a chance for me to tabulate a vote for a particular priority, or is this more of an opportunity for me to come and have a prepared speech and advocate for something that I'm passionate about? Or is it both, or is it neither? How should people think about how to best utilize the community forum to get their views heard?
That's a good question. So the differentiating feature between the survey and the forum is that the survey determines, okay, what are the community's priorities? And the forum is intended to be more kind of tactical on like, okay, well, how are we actually going to do that? So for example, if it's homelessness, like we'll have a list of things that we have planned in our homelessness response strategic plan. That folks can kind of weigh in on what is most important to them or what they think will be most effective. So that's kind of the difference between that. And then to the second part of your question, what was the second part of the question?
Oh, just should they be thinking of it as a place to come and advocate on behalf of things that they're passionate about, or more of a place to come in and learn about what's there, what some of the plans are?
Both. I think, yeah, definitely both. We will have an option for public comment because it is a council meeting at the end, and we recommend that people that are advocating for the same thing have one representative come up and give that public comment. But it's educational, and it's an opportunity to provide feedback.
Awesome. So hearing that, people are going to be really focusing on sort of looking at specific action items and then prioritizing them. I know we're trying to keep our stations really limited, but then by limiting the stations, then some folks might not be able to get into the nuances of potential work items or things that they'd love to see. And so I wonder how we balance that. If, for example, you guys are talking about this neighborhood wellness that we keep hearing about, but if it's not a station, then we don't necessarily have specific options for people to kind of put into a hierarchy that they'd like to see. Or another one that, we get a lot of traffic here in Chambers on is, housing safety and renters' rights. And so if we're not looking at sort of the subcategories underneath it by not having a station, then does that potentially mean that we don't get as much information as a council on those particular issues?
That's a good question. I think that the other station is kind of intended to be a catch-all, but in a way, we know that there are some main topics kind of when we were looking back at that list that were runners up. And so that would be the opportunity to provide that more granular feedback, and we'll have the staff there that can kind of help guide that and capture that feedback. And then we'll do our best to kind of compile it for you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Can I just expand on that real quick too? So sometimes it's pretty logical, like safe housing goes under housing in a sense, right? There's some things will come out from that work plan that we've already had as an expectation. This probably will only get very wonky, people who would really get into it, but will we have like all the plans in one place, all the strategic plans in one place? Because I feel like they're linked somewhere on the budget planning process, because I feel like these plans are what we said we plan to do for homelessness or housing or open space or climate or you name it. And then I feel like then it goes back out to the community not knowing what we're doing and then starting from scratch. So I think that's kind of maybe that tension between we're trying to help the community advocate for what they care about most by the work plans we've created, but then there's like the overarching strategic plan that said, here's the plan, but you may not know it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So we'll have those materials. We'll have those materials there, and so we can educate folks on what the plans are. But yeah, happy to take any guidance if you'd like to see that in a different direction. And if Whitney, you want to add any light to that, feel free.
Thanks. I think part of what our hopes and dreams include for the community forum includes opportunities for our staff who are subject matter experts in these issue areas, who have been part of development of the plans and are implementing them, to have that opportunity to engage directly with our community members who want to know more or want to see more being done there. It is an amazing opportunity for us to say, that's item 2.4.3 over here, and we're working on that. And, you know, tell me more about what you might want to see included in that particular work plan item. So I think there's inherent in the plan, you know, will be there, but we'll also have our staff members who are carrying out that work effort to help engage with people and show them what we are doing. And also, if somebody has an idea that we don't have in a plan, that's a gap that we would then take back and potentially, you know, work into a new work plan item or a new plan. So it is a part of what we are hoping to offer and also take away from this process.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, this is also the local revenue measure annual meeting, is that correct? Yeah, so that's another important function of the community forum, is for the REOC committee, or the whole board will be there to hear and see and get that information in a really consolidated way. So yeah, I feel it's important, and my question is, are we going to in some way let people know what is already embedded in terms of our prior, I'll say the last iteration of the major city budget goals, what we've already accomplished in that regard and what's kind of been embedded into the city administrative structure. So for example, with neighborhood wellness, that was maybe 8 or 10 years ago that was like a hot item, and we the city did a whole lot of work. And then a lot of that work has actually been embedded into our routine, our work plan for what the city, you know, what people do all day. So I think the whole concept of neighborhood wellness, the question is, what do we mean by that today? And so there's a redefinition on how these different, what our task will be when we have our our very wonderful goal-setting meeting, is like, how do these different things actually relate to each other, these different concepts, and, you know, where they actually. So to me, the question I have is whether we're going to have a way of communicating what has already been embedded. And I think part of that is with, you're talking about with the subject matter experts, but it would be helpful, I think, to have some kind of document. And do we have anything like that that talks about I guess, how far we've gotten with our prior major city goals, maybe the last iteration, or the one before that, or the one before that, how far, so that people will know when they're expressing an opinion about something, what do they mean? What does it mean today?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll take an initial stab at a response, and then others can weigh in if they would like. But I think the best, I think a good starting point for gathering that information is to look at our prior year-end budget reports, where we report out on everything, what the status of each major city goal task was at the end of each fiscal year. To your point, there are distinct work tasks that we say we're going to have a study session with council. We've done that, we move on. But there are other items that are identified as being ongoing work efforts that that the city takes on because of major city goals. And I think, we could probably, take a first pass at going through what are those ongoing things that have been implemented. That doesn't necessarily mean that they've been fully operationalized and there's maybe not more work to be done, but that would give us at least a good kind of initial view at what some of those items are.
Yeah, and just to ask the question again, on there's a concern that I heard that the stations might in some way constrain or limit the possible candidate goals. And by candidate, I don't mean political candidate, I mean like, would this be either a goal or a part of a goal? And so, I think it's really important that we convey that to the public in some way, that although there are these stations and there are these different categories that are being proposed, that's not it, that we're not in some way like making an algorithm. How would we express that to the public so that they know that there's an openness to we're talking about the future, so there's an openness to possible goals that are not listed besides just other. Question.
So,
I turned it into a question. I know.
We can certainly try and do a good job at explaining that during the instructions as part of the community forum. And then ultimately, we're going to give council everything that we received. So it'll be kind of up to you to decide how you want to structure that for the goal setting process. Greg, I'll have Greg.
Greg is sneaking up
he's
here.
on the hot seat.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I think one of the things that we'll do in the presentation at the beginning of the community forum is explain the process, and a part of that will be talking about the goal setting workshop. And I think we can emphasize and clarify that council has full discretion at the goal setting workshop to identify any topic, whether it's a part of the community forum or not, as an ultimate goal for the 25-27 financial plan.
Thank you. Thank you for making that a question. Well, thank you. Sorry, we've kind of gone ad nauseum with this. I think we're just wanting to make sure that all community members can truly be a part of this. And, this dotocracy that we used to have of the dots that have kind of become digital, but yet there are just still, I think, different ways people process. And now we've kind of created these great spaces for people to kind of give us a smoother, clearer answer for us to be able to tabulate easier. But in that, the questions have become much larger than just putting a dot on the large Post-it. So as I look at it, I'm like, how do we help people? And so thank you for looking into that and really looking into how we can help people process a little bit longer, or have the time and space to process a little bit longer. I don't see any other questions, so I will open it to public comment. How many commenters do we have?
Well, in my hand, I have 7.
Okay.
I don't know if
Are
there's
there
more
other
out there.
people who still have public comment slips? Because we're going to close that.
Okay, so we have 9 now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Our first public speaker will be Laura Albers. After that will be Carolyn Smith, and then Barry Price.
And as the first person in front of you is starting to wrap up their speech, please come close to the podium because we already have a half hour of public comment.
Oh, my time started. Hi. Okay, good. It's late. Mayor Stewart and City Council members, my name is Laura Albers. I am a resident of the City of San Luis Obispo. I speak to you tonight on behalf of the SLO Climate Coalition and urge you to keep climate resilience as a major city goal as you do review fiscal policies and budget balancing strategies. Since working with you over the past 13 years, we've achieved remarkable successes together in our responses to climate change, from bringing community choice energy to SLO and committing to the most ambitious climate goal in the nation, carbon neutrality by 2035, to adopting climate action work program and lead by example plan. It was with strategic foresight, planning, and commitment that the City of SLO is a recognized leader and innovator in our country's fight against the perils of climate change. So now as you work on reviewing and revising the city's major goals and budget, we urge you to keep your innovative leadership intact. I assume you've all heard that the Earth's average temperature in 2024 passed the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold, which is a significant milestone in climate change and signifying that the planet has entered a dangerous territory. The risks have now significantly increased for extreme weather events, sea level rise, and ecosystem collapse. We will see more frequent and intense heat waves, droughts, floods, and disruptions to biodiversity. And as Mayor Stewart and City Manager McDonald and several others tonight have mentioned, we unfortunately have been witness to the recent and devastating fires throughout Los Angeles County this month, showing us with abhorrent brushstrokes that without our intervention, climate change will paint a picture that none of us will survive. We recognize that there are many urgent and important issues facing our community and vying for a spot on the city's list of priorities and corresponding budget designation. But the destruction that climate change brings is only going to get worse to a point where no other priorities will be able to matter. Now is the time to double down and continue this city's and this council's legacy in being the change makers our city, nation, and earth needs to survive. So the Climate Coalition thanks you and will continue to stand with you in your efforts in delivering climate resilience to San Luis Obispo, including at that public comments meeting that we're all going to be really excited to go to and put our virtual dots or whatever we're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and council members. Carolyn Smith for RQN. I believe most people would agree that neighborhoods are the building blocks of a city. They provide a foundation for community building, foster a sense of belonging, facilitate social interaction, and influence overall quality of life by offering safety, peace, and a sense of identity. Neighborhoods that are poorly maintained, disrupted by noise, unprotected from crime, and are overcrowded can negatively impact the health and well-being of residents. Please keep this in mind during this budget process, and I strongly urge you to have a neighborhood wellness station at the workshop. For years, neighborhoods were important to our city leaders. From 2007 to 2017, neighborhood wellness was one of the top major city goals or major objectives for several budget cycles. Ordinances were created and additional personnel were hired to protect neighborhoods from blight, focusing on proactive code enforcement rather than complaint-driven, which is less effective. Sadly, over a short period of time, proactive enforcement fell to the wayside due to staffing vacancies and other priorities. So the city is once again relying on resident complaints to deal with most of the neighborhood problems. And there are more problems from crime, noise, blight, and parking as we've increased building. Illegal fraternities and satellite operations in R1 and 2 zones are overwhelming neighborhoods with huge parties and other activities adjacent to Cal Poly. City Code allows fraternity operations in R3 and 4 zones by permit only, which used to be strictly enforced. However, code enforcement's failure to monitor and eliminate these illegal operations has resulted in now out-of-control fraternity growth in R1 and R2 zones, with some neighborhoods becoming Greek rows. The reason given for this failure has been insufficient staffing. Therefore, there's a dire need to fund at least 2 additional code enforcement officials under the neighborhood wellness umbrella, for one dedicated to monitor and eliminate these illegal fraternity operations. Additionally, extremely disruptive parties and hundreds of participants, which occur most weekends, need significantly better enforcement. Adding at least 2 CSOs to assist in issuing noise citations from Thursday through Sunday would not only augment the existing noise enforcement, but would free up officers for higher priority crime response. This was successful in the city of Davis to help curb party noise problems. I review the police log daily, and I can tell you, SNAP responds to a great many of these noise calls, even the large fraternity calls. And they shouldn't be doing that. It's too dangerous for them. They're young students, and these are their friends. So I think it would be a much better option to utilize CSOs, since they can issue citations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
After Barry Price is Donna Hare Price, and then Stu Jenkins.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Barry Price, representing the SLO Tenants Union tonight to talk about budgeting for better renter protections, which was one of the priorities identified in the community survey. And as we know, better tenant protections support virtually all of the other top priorities that intersect directly with neighborhood wellness, with homelessness protection, housing affordability, public health, public safety, downtown vitality, and so many other top priorities. And I want to note that many renters are from marginalized groups and don't always have the ability to respond to community surveys or attend public meetings like this one, and so may be underrepresented in the survey results, but we do know that substandard rental housing is among the top 3 reported issues for code enforcement. So this is where we're looking for council to lead for all your constituents, 65% of whom are renters. We'd like to see our budget include funds dedicated to enhancing tenant protections, particularly in line items for code enforcement and education, health and safety, and legal support. Staff also need the time to expand on our existing suite of laws and policies that protect renters, close loopholes in the Tenant Protection Act, and ensure proactive enforcement of municipal codes and other requirements. Over the past budget cycle, the city's made great progress in this area, so now's not the time to let the steam out of the engine. We need to fully fund this now. Cost recovery and budget balancing should come from those who are profiting most from skyrocketing rents and plummeting conditions. I hope your fee studies will look at fees on homes not occupied by owners, on homes and buildings that sit vacant for long periods, and on the sale of high-end properties. Additionally, the city needs to take the gloves off and issue steep fines and other penalties to abusive landlords, property managers, and other bad actors who willfully violate state law, city codes, and permit terms. That would surely generate some revenue for the city. And I'll close quickly by noting that one of your budget balancing strategies focused on employee retention. I was a business owner here with a large staff. The number one factor in retention and hiring was the ability of workers to find safe, secure, and affordable housing where they don't have to commute long distances and aren't going to be priced out. So investing in tenant protection now can help staff retention and save the city money.
Thank you.
Good, very late evening, Madam Mayor and Council. In this year, we will see shrinking housing and homeless funds on a state and federal level. So in order to meet the needs of our residents, we must use money judiciously, creatively, and with a hyper focus on intersectionality. The intersection of DEI, neighborhood and community wellness, arts and culture, climate initiatives, and public health is affordable, safe, and secure rental housing with strengthened tenant protections. Meaningful renter protections should include prohibiting no-fault evictions, which protects our immigrant and LGBTQ+ community. Ensuring no eviction without representation reduces the environmental impact of homelessness related to evictions. Strengthening health and safety requirements supports all of our public health needs and concerns. Establishing a mandatory rental registry helps us use data to make informed decisions and allocate our resources wisely. The city should also issue steep fines and other penalties to abusive landlords and property managers, along with regulating corporate landlords and abusive property managers who are snatching up California's rental housing. This is something municipalities in LA County are scrambling to enact now. We can be proactive. Tenant protections as a budget priority enhances our community and economic well-being. Thank you.
After Stu Jenkins, it's Cannon Green and then Rachel Whalen.
Good evening again, Mayor Stewart, council members. I'm Stu Jenkins, and I'm here to support neighborhood wellness. Now, everything Carolyn Smith told you is factual and well supported. Neighborhood wellness, what does that mean now in 2025? It means security in the neighborhoods for residents, whether they're renters or whether they're homeowners. Security means not having rampaging, ransacking, drunken students taking over neighborhoods. That's not saying all students do that. Over the last 3 years, every year, the number has doubled. 2,000, 4,000, 8,000 this last year. What can we expect this next year? 16,000? St. Fratty's Day is on the way. You know I support increasing the budget for the police department. You should also increase the budget for the code enforcement because there are something like 56 unlawful fraternities in R3 and R2 zone, R2 and R1 zones near the college. Fraternity houses where parties are generated, where rampaging is generated, where young people and elderly people are endangered. Now, you can save some money. You can contact your council and find out about your power as a city council to issue subpoenas. Cal Poly has just whitewashed the statutory required website listing the location of these illegal fraternities. You can issue subpoenas to get that information, and that will save code enforcement a lot of money. That'll save you money. So I encourage you in the budget process to, yes, set up a neighborhood wellness table or a neighborhood security table, if that floats your boat. But follow through. Planning is great. Performance is better.
Thank you. Do you have the next three? The last one? No. Oh, okay.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cannon Green. I also represent the SLO Tenants Union. I've been a resident here for 2.5 years, and I currently have 3 jobs, working to afford to live in the one room in the house that I share with 3 other people. One of those jobs, up until recently, was working at a small business called Two Broad Cider Works. It's a small, queer-owned, locally owned cider house, and I was working bar there for, I think, at this point, a year. And I say up until recently because it was recently, the building that the business was operating out of was recently purchased by a new owner who promptly raised the rent on that business to the point that it was not viable for the 2 owners, Maggie and Morgan, to operate out of that establishment anymore. And as of me approaching you all this night, I don't believe they have found an equivalent business space to work out of. This is a loss not only of a locally owned business that was a part of our community, but also a community space for queer and other marginalized groups who felt welcomed and comforted there. I think that without more comprehensive tenant protections, I think we're going to end up hearing a lot more stories like that, and we're going to hear a lot more people who are suffering in a lot more quiet and nondescript ways. People who, similar to me, might have lost one of the few revenue streams they had and not be able to afford to live in the overpriced renting systems that are available to us because we have no other options. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
After Rachel Whalen, it's Steve Walker and then Kathy Walker.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Rachel Whalen, the Governmental Affairs Coordinator at the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to share feedback from the Chamber Board as you work to build the foundations for the Community Forum, goal setting, and building the 2025 to 2027 budget. In preparation for tonight, our committees and board reviewed the city programming related to community development, climate action, transportation, and finance. After reviewing the city's work programs in these departments, the SLO Chamber Board defined some key issues that we believe council should prioritize in its upcoming goal setting and 2-year financial plan. First is that council should move the timeline up to the beginning of the process, or up to begin the process of funding and supporting a general plan update, specifically the land use and circulation element in the 25 to 27 budget. If we wait to do any of the key tasks like building the funding and planning until the next fiscal plan, we will be well into 2028 before any of this gets off the ground, and that will be detrimental to housing, infrastructure, and capitalizing on economic development movement. Next, our board reviewed the city's 25 to 27 budget plan. As part of the local revenue measure funds invested in programming, our board wanted to see more money being allocated to economic development and business retention in this next budget. We know the success of the Buy Local Bonus program, which is subject to one-time funds. We believe utilizing Measure G dollars on this program would be some of the most impactful dollars spent by the city. Additionally, we applaud the investment that you have made in the cultural district and know that this will improve the vitality of downtown, and further investment in our museums will create more of an experiential downtown. We applaud the city's work to shrink the unfunded pension liability, and we support the idea of continuing the $2 million additional discretionary payments to CalPERS, and encourage you all to support staff's suggestion to increase the annual discretionary payment amount to help alleviate the stress on the general fund in the future as outlined in the report. Finally, our board reviewed the short-range transit plan and active transportation plan in further detail, and is in support of both these plans as well. However, we would like to see more of a data-driven approach to these transportation plans, such as hard data on bus ridership and bike trips to show how frequently these assets are being used. This data can create buy-in and let our community know that their tax dollars are being used and enjoyed by many of their fellow neighbors. Our board also sees an opportunity to tie transit to flexible density, which would help alleviate our housing crisis. We are so grateful for how much the city values our community's input, so thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Walker, Kathy Walker, and then our final speaker is Daryl Voss.
You just turned it off. It's okay. Just press the button again. It's okay.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. Madam Mayor and City Council, thank you very much. My name's Steve. I'm a resident in the Alta Vista neighborhood where, you know, the elder residents are in, you know, a smaller population. And the student population is increasing, as we know. There's a real need to bring back neighborhood wellness, whatever that looks like, in terms of, to me, what it looks like is a neighborhood where there's just not so much fraternity life, a lot of fraternities, just people living happily. That goal, whether it's housing and neighborhood wellness, I have to admit, when I first saw the list up there, I had this visceral reaction as to, you know, we're not being heard. But, and it needs to be added there as a place where people can put their ideas and not other. You know, other is just, to me, diminishing the neighborhood wellness title. As you're aware, Cal Poly will be increasing enrollment and is gearing up to move to a year-round academic calendar. In October 2023, the VP of Strategic Enrollment Management, Terrence Harris, came here to the council, and he said that there's going to be 300, 400, 500 students added to the community, just flippantly like that, 300, 400, 500 students. Now, that is a huge impact. You know, I mean, when you break it down into 5-person houses, whatever the case may be, it's going to place a huge strain on the community, the rental housing market, and with it, additional issues, you know, will come with the increased population, the expanding student population, and it'll be year-round. There won't be any reprieve. So livability and quality of life, and this is to include students, you know, so including students here, the livability and quality of life is very important for health and happiness, and we need to get back to that focal point. You know, it's been lost since 2015, 2017, where, you know, the city got awards for it, and now, you know, it's gone by the wayside. So we need to get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. You've heard, I think, from some of our neighbors in Alta Vista in the agenda correspondence advocating for neighborhood wellness. And I'm not sure if that's even the most current term to use, because what does that mean? I think what it means to us is being able to live somewhat normally and not be kept awake all weekend, being able to go to our jobs because we're rested and not have to call out sick, not having our child miss school because he can't get sleep, those kind of things. RQN sent in a list of items that fall under the umbrella of neighborhood wellness, and they would address a serious problem that has evolved in some of the neighborhoods. The Planning Commission also included livability and getting the illegal fraternities out of the R1 and R2 neighborhoods as one of their 3 recommended goals to you. So I would hope that you would take that input somewhat seriously. Current calls for noise are dispatched usually to SNAP officers. They're college students, 18 to 22-year-old guys that are showing up to these fraternity parties with 3 or 4 people guarding the front door. It's intimidating. They've told me to my face, we don't want to be responding to frats, and yet they continue to be sent. Most of the time, they walk away and they clear it as a negative violation. Those calls don't get elevated to SLO PD until they get a disturbance advisory warning from SNAP. So parties continually happen and never elevated to a SLO PD response because they're not getting that warning from SNAP. That needs to change. I think CSOs could help to change that. I think CSOs could work in our neighborhoods Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday afternoons. They would get to know the neighborhood. They could get to know the houses just as well as any PD could. And I'm a police officer, and I think that's a great solution, in my opinion. One other thing, I was a little confused about why DEI, which is a noble goal. My grandmother is an Indigenous woman. She grew up trying to hide her identity because it was shameful for her. I do understand that. I noticed it as having a station, and yet on the poll it was last. So I'm not quite sure how that fit in. And I would encourage you to have a station at the Forum for Neighborhoods, please. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Daryl Voss.
Good evening, Madam Stewart and City Council. I'm Daryl Voss. I'm a member of the Alta Vista neighborhood. I'm talking off the top of my head because you've heard a lot of the things that I'm agreeing with. Obviously, neighborhood wellness is a big deal. And it wasn't until now that I'm actually speaking about this. I've been a resident there for 30 years. Last year was crazy during what is known as St. Fratty's Day, even though that's not what the city or Cal Poly would ever call it. They said, we don't have the St. Fratty's Day. They said, we have St. Patrick's Day. So they're in denial. So the morning it all happened starts at about 2:30, 3 a.m. I get up at 4 a.m. I create a barricade of a 6-foot fence at the bottom of my driveway. I have developed a fencing system throughout my yard, so I'm protected. My young daughter went to a party. She's a freshman at Cal Poly. She came back and said, Dad, you wouldn't believe how many people are down there at Bond and Hathaway. I said, oh my gosh, 6,000 people. How would you like 6,000 people outside your door? It was very intimidating. In fact, we were so shaken up, we basically said, look, I don't want you being out there because this is crazy. And so anyway, it was very impactful. And I'm here to say we need CSOs. We also need to have some legitimate officers that are patrolling the R1, R2s that really care about the safety of the neighborhood. And gosh, if you see what happened in New Orleans or Florida, spring break, perfect opportunity for somebody to be a mass shooter or drive by and ram people down. We're talking 6,000 people. It could be more. Like Stu said, there may be 16,000 next year. If you're old enough to be around, how about Cal Poly, Mardi Gras? I witnessed when Mardi Gras riots happened, hundreds of people running up Carpenter to Hathaway, bullet sprays, tear gas, complete mayhem. At that point, I knew I needed to build a fence. So as you see, things have got escalated to the point where there's so many fraternities now. There's literally less than 10 households that have families in probably a 3 to 4 block area. Anyway, on to rentals. Across the street, there was a house, six rooms, $1,100 a month rent. That happened for 2 years. The mother bought it for the kid. This year, they raised it $1,650 a room. $1,650 per person. How do you like that? So there you go. I appreciate all your help. Please consider what we're saying tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No other public comment?
That was the last one.
Thank you so much. All right. I think at this point, we're at the deliberation point. I think most of the things that were said at public comment, we've been discussing or have been part of many, many emails. So I think we can move forward versus addressing each of those. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, well, I think we should have a station that I'm not sure exactly what to call it, but something like neighborhood wellness, safety, and renter protection. I think that neighborhood wellness and neighborhood safety and renter protection, to me, it's really all one thing. We're talking about quality of life in the neighborhoods, and it is very important. And I don't think it would cost that much for the city to just go ahead and have that, go ahead and make that station. The other thing that I wanted to say is that just to reiterate what Greg Herman said, is that council has complete discretion, and we don't need to feel constrained by any kind of structure that's created for, and rightly so, for administrative convenience. But administrative convenience is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the next 2 years' major city budget goals. And as Vice Mayor Michelle Shoresman stated, there is a finite amount of money that we have to deal with the budget. So there's so many functions that are core functions that are going to continue. So we're not talking about these budget goals taking up the whole budget, but what they're doing is setting policy priorities for the next 2 years. And so I do think we need to be open to what we hear from the community, but also do some soul searching ourselves and think about what we feel would be best for the city and the city residents. For me, the residents need to come first. We talk about the community, we talk about regionalism, we talk about wanting to set ourselves up as some kind of model for the whole country, and that's fine, but our first duty and highest calling, I think, is to the people who live here and the ones who voted for Michael and for me and for Mayor Stewart, right? It's not just anybody who can vote for the city council, it's the residents. So I'm gonna say that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to echo some of the things that Councilmember Marks said, but also just thank everybody who has been writing in, stopping me in the grocery store, talking to me, calling me, leaving me messages, leaving all of us, lots of emails, having meetings with us to express your interests for the next 2 years. There was the survey, there will be the community forum, but there's also lots of input that we are taking every day from all of you and from people throughout the community. So just because it may not right now at this moment, we'll decide tonight, but it may not say community wellness as a topic at one of the tables at the community forum does not mean that we haven't heard your neighborhood wellness issues and that they're not on our mind and that we won't be considering them as we go forward with the goal-making process. So I just want to say that. In terms of I'm just going to go down the list because it seems easier. In terms of the things that we've been requested to give feedback on, I'm I think the budget balancing strategies, although not fun to look at because a lot of them are ways that we might have to, strategies that we might use to consider cutting things or reprioritizing things or saving a little money here or there in order to make the budget balance. I think they're all good strategies. They're all, most of them often are ones that I've felt in my other world at the county, so I'm familiar with them. The one that I'm least excited about, and it's probably at the very end, is the one that relates to considering changing our split of the Measure G funds from 75-25 to some other formula. The reason that I would have heartburn about doing that, not saying that we should remove it from the strategies. I think it is something that we should keep on our radar. But one of the reasons that I would have problems doing that is that I feel like when we passed Measure G, there was sort of a promise made to the community that we would spend a large percentage of that money on capital projects. And we are an aging city and we have lots of capital projects that we need to fund. So that's the one thing that I have the most heartache about, I think, in the budget strategies, budget balancing strategies. In terms of the fiscal policies, I think they're all great. As you pointed out in your presentation, there are very few changes. Some of them are wordsmiths. I asked some questions about them in the agenda correspondence because I thought some of them were maybe typos or just, a document is always a working document, in my opinion. There can always be ways that we can clarify things and make them more clear from year to year, but I'm not gonna nitpick about, some of the changes that were recommended. I think it's all pretty substantively good stuff. Always looking for ways to make a financial plan document more readable, and I think it's been getting better and better over the years, and I look forward to seeing how the changes this year make it even more readable than past years. In terms of the CalPERS ADP, I am in favor of using the discretionary fund balance that we have. I think if we're looking at a $9 million balance, at the end of the year, we can manage that increased allocation that we've been talking about. I know we had a long discussion tonight about whether it's worth it if CalPERS returns aren't great. Does it feel like we're throwing good money after bad if you get bad returns here or there? But sitting in my other life on a pension trust board, I can tell you that it's never throwing good money after bad to pay down our pension liability. It will always put us slowly, incrementally, one step closer to the end goal. So if we can do it, we should. So in this case, I think with the fund balance that we have available, we're in the place that we can do that. And then last but not least, in terms of the upcoming forum and goal setting session, I'm really looking forward to all the discussions that we're going to have amongst us and with the community. And I am at this point pretty content with the list of categories that was provided most recently in the staff report and the agenda correspondence, and am comfortable with the fact that there are, especially using neighborhood wellness as an example, there are lots of places where people could get specific and they could have their voices heard at a number of different tables. And I'm confident with the responses given by staff that they can tabulate those responses into something that we can use. So I'm content with the way they are now, but I'm open to hearing other people's ideas.
Thank you, Councilmember Boswell.
Thank you. Very good comments from Vice Mayor Shorsman. The only suggestion I was going to make is the possibility of adding, if we wanted to add neighborhood wellness and we didn't want to add an additional category and station, was to add it to housing. It seems to me these are highly interrelated issues. I mean, I lived for 12 years in a student neighborhood in this community. I'd always ask my student neighbors, why do you live here? Why don't you live closer to Cal Poly? And they would tell me there's nowhere to live closer to Cal Poly. This is the closest affordable housing we could find, and I was sort of on the south side of town. So I always felt like the housing issue, particularly what at the time was clearly underproduction of rental housing in the city of San Luis Obispo, was directly related to the impacts we were seeing in the neighborhoods from student housing. So to me, those are natural things to go together. Just to add one more thought on that is, to me, I've been just as a resident, I've been to many of the budget workshops, and for me, the real value of those was always the opportunity to talk to staff a little bit, learn a little bit more about what's going on, but then to talk to my fellow community members, like at the stations, like, oh, what's your experience? What are you thinking? It really helped me refine my own thinking, and then I would write a letter to the council afterwards about what I wanted the budget priorities to be. So I think that if we wanted to add that into housing, I think that would create some good discussion at that station about not just the idea that we need more housing, which I think is generally a widely held opinion, but what type and where. Who are we trying to serve with this housing? So that's what I would suggest. I'm also fine with the current categories since they generally reflect the feedback, but that's an idea I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you to everybody for all the comments so far. Just running down the line here, as far as the budget balancing strategies are concerned, I was a little bit curious because there was a whole kind of menu of them, and I was wondering if historically we've had thresholds for when certain strategies were implemented, or if we've considered thinking about a priority list within that those strategies. Sorry, to start with the question.
No, great question. So we do have thresholds that need to be met for activation of a fiscal health contingency plan. I think that given that the intent of the budget balancing strategies is really to kind of centralize a lot of the ideas and the response plans and contingency plans, that we would likely use the same triggers we would look to use the same triggers to activate some of these items. But I think in terms of relative to your second question about prioritization, I think it depends on what's driving the budget, a projected deficit, if we're operating in times of financial difficulty, right? So if it's sudden action at a higher level of government, that creates, doesn't happen to cities as much as it does to counties, but you can have the legislature, the governor work together, and suddenly, funding for an entire program is gone if you work in a county, right? And so, what you would do to respond to that would be very different than if you were just kind of seeing like a flattening out of revenue growth over time. So, I think it's a menu of options, right? It's things that we can look to and say, okay, what is the problem we're trying to solve, and what strategies help us to solve this particular program? They're not listed in priority order, but they're, these are things that we would certainly come back to council once we've identified strategies, as a part of an item like this, or setting the stage, or at whatever point, we could run into issues at mid-year as well, right? And we would likely elevate those considerations to council for some amount of direction on what we do.
Thank you for that. I would say, in general, I really kind of like all of these strategies just during the budget setting process. Because I think one of the things that, we as the council run into pretty consistently, at least what I think I've heard from my colleagues, is that, we're in this period of trying to think about trade-offs. And so having each of the departments go through and really think about these different strategies and what they could potentially cut and what they would prioritize within their own departments is really think, important and helpful process for us just to be a party to as well. Coming back to Vice Mayor's comment on the Measure G split, I would really like that to return to council for discussion if that's something that we're going to have on the table. I'm not eager to move that far at this point. So if we were going to consider it, I'd want to have a more thorough discussion. As far as the fiscal policies are concerned, I'm happy with the move that we made to every 3 years for the fee review. I think that's an excellent plan. Also content with the restructuring of the cost recovery as laid out in the new document. Looking at the changes to the financial plan document, any consistency we can create across departments and readability, love those suggestions, keep moving in that direction. The CalPERS additional payment, very much in favor of continuing to move forward with our additional payment, and of course revisiting when we have our mid-year unassigned balances, just to see, if we can throw a little bit extra at that. Now getting into the good stuff at the bottom here, the goal setting workshop and the community forum. The community forum was always my favorite event to go to as a community member. So I'm just really excited that we're on the cusp of another one. Hope that as many people as possible come out to this one. Coming around to the question, I immediately, when I saw housing on the list of the different stations that were going to be there, it felt really vague to me, and I think I struggled a lot with that as a community member, going around to different stations and not really knowing what subtopics were assigned to each one of those. I was wondering if it'd be helpful to kind of put a few more descriptors on. I know we don't want to make it too busy, but something along the lines of housing, safety, housing, safety, affordability, and neighborhood livability, just to kind of cover the whole gamut of things that community members can talk about there. I think several of you sort of voiced a similar sort of suggestion. I like that idea of just refining the title a little bit so that we're getting at the different things that we keep hearing from the community. And I think that brings me to the end of my comments. Thanks.
I love how you phrased that. That was really good. I also would say that I had positive thoughts around the budget balancing strategies. The only thing that brings me pause, well, I'd say there's two things. I too, Councilmember Francis, would like to see the revenue measure come back to council to have that discussion, because I have a lot of thoughts about that I won't get into right now. But my concern around the budget balancing, sorry, I'm trying to get back to the page, strategy where priorities are first, they are, and I can also see concerns around, well, this is the priority, but we have core things, and I want to make sure we have some of those discussions at the council if it's necessary to take, if we have to do a trade-off. So I want to say yes, overall I appreciate the balancing budget, but I do want to, we've talked for, I know much less than you, but it's the 6 years I've been here, it's been over and over, give us real trade-offs, not, well, you shouldn't do this, but this is your other weird option. I mean, I really want it to be real discussions. And sorry, it's just, we've had this discussion a lot. And so I want those real discussions to happen here versus staff making those decisions only because it's priority. So I just get a little bit nervous of that. As far as the changes to fiscal policies, I feel good about those as well. The easier to read, yes, yes, and more yes. I think that the increase to the additional pension payment, I think makes sense to me, and I think the 3.3 million is logical at this point in time based on what we know, knowing that we will always have these questions around the 115 and what's the best decision based on what kind of deficit we're looking at and what kind of other things that are needed. Or if, when COVID happened and we had to put everything on hold, that was a whole different experience. So I just want to make sure that we all kind of know, I guess I have to voice out loud, there's always exceptions. And then I would really like to see neighborhood wellness as part of the list. I am also hearing you though, Councilmember Francis, around what are we asking with housing? Are we asking for ADU streamlined plans that other communities use? Are we asking for affordability, safety, livability? I think in a different meeting we had talked about, Vice Mayor, about the priority meeting on February 8th to kind of have like, here's the priority and here's some subpoints. I think that might be needed here too, because people don't know what some of this jargon is, some of this lingo we use, and maybe to understand more, that would be helpful. And I think that's kind of, I guess, where I was asking about the plans, Natalie, is there are roadmaps, strategic plans we've made around a lot of things and what we plan to keep doing. And those aren't going away. We're not going to stop caring about including everyone in our community and not caring about marginalized communities, because today there's a new flavor of priority. So I just want to make sure we think about homelessness. It's on the list, but we also have a plan for it. So these work items that you've talked about, these action items that we've talked about, that's what we're talking about. What of those trade-offs do we want towards the top? And then in addition, the openness conversation of what are all the other possibilities you want. We can't do everything, of course. We can only do some things, but at least we're having these discussions during the forum, because it's really truly the time that community can come. And I too used to come to the DOTS way back when we only had a Saturday meeting, and so partially I have challenges around the way that we set it up. We had good reasons to do it, but we came together as a community to learn more and to advocate and to be activists. So it was a little bit of all of that together. And I also agree, Vice Mayor, there are so many opportunities for the community to tell us how they feel, what they think about something, and they do. So that's great, and there's still more opportunities. So that's my very long-winded way of sharing my thoughts on the community forum. Councilmember Marks.
Yeah, I'd like to take another run at it. I want to say that with these budget balancing strategies, I think it's a good list, but practically speaking, what happens when we're facing a deficit and staff will come to the council and say, we have to cut $2 million, I'm making that up, say $2 million out of the budget, what do we do? And here are the budget balancing strategies. We could do a hiring freeze. We could do golden parachute and try to get people to retire. We could, and they'll go through the whole thing. If we did this, it would take this much time and it would get rid of this, we would save this much money. So it's when you're actually faced with a deficit that you say, well, here are the tools in our toolbox, what do we do? So arbitrarily making triggers for these different things, I think would not be a good idea. We need the flexibility when the moment arises.
But Councilmember, I do believe that is exactly what they're saying in here is these are the ways we're going to bring this to you if there is a deficit, right?
If there's a deficit. No, that's what I'm saying. Practically speaking, we don't need to assign triggers now in an arbitrary sense. It's actually when the moment arises that we're trying to deal with a deficit. I think the fiscal policies are good. What we were talking about, making the financial plans easier for everyone to understand, are great. I do have a problem with the teeny tiny print. If there's any way that you can make all these numbers that are so small, it's really impossible for me to see them. And I think in general, if there's a way to structure it so that it's easier to apprehend, that'd be good. As long as we anticipate $9 million as the amount we'll be dealing with at the end as unallocated, I'm fine with the additional. I just didn't want to use up the whole thing. And in terms of the community forum and goal setting workshop, I agree with Councilmember Boswell that housing, to me, neighborhood wellness or neighborhood livability, whatever you'd want to call it, and renter protection all go together. The reason I think it's important to have a station that includes these topics is that sometimes people, the general public, will get the message that these stations are kind of, it's all sort of already set in stone and this is all we can do. Or they may not even think of it until they see a station. They say, oh yeah, I do want to talk about that. So I think it's a way of evoking a response from the public. So that would, I think there's a general agreement about that. And I want to thank everyone for tonight, for the staff and the public and all of the input we're getting. And I'm glad it's all being calculated. I hope also all the emails that we're getting are in some way being tabulated and into the big picture. So thank you.
Yeah, definitely staff is doing that, which is amazing. Vice Mayor.
Thanks. Just to follow up on the discussion about the naming of the categories, since that seems to be the last sort of little is what language we're gonna use. I really did like the language that you used that had livability in it. I feel like
Housing, safety, affordability, and neighborhood livability.
yeah, I mean, that if we're gonna add one or two words, why not add all of them? I mean, these are just clarifiers, right, for people. So whatever is gonna help people understand where to give their feedback on a particular item. I also just want to emphasize that there should be no wrong door if people give that kind of feedback at the public safety table. Hopefully we would still compile that piece of feedback in with the others that are of a more similar category so that, again, just no wrong door for sharing your feedback.
Definitely agree. And I think that we're just trying to help streamline the streamlining in this process. The staff has been continually taking down all the texts and all the information people have shared with us, whether it's been on surveys or in person or email, or we've been sharing it with someone saying, hey, by the way, someone stopped me in the grocery store, here's what they think. So I think that's been a lot of work that's being done on the pre-end and then post will be happening as well. So, and that will be really from now through the end of, or beginning of June. So there we have it. Well, thank you. Thank you for listening to all of this and trying to shape this all into something for the 23rd. And I think we have shared all of our direction. Any other questions or input you need?
I think just to round this out, I'll just make sure I've got it. So it sounds like there's alignment on the fiscal policies and the updates that we made, especially around user recovery or user fee cost recovery goals. Budget balancing strategies look good. Understand that council would like to have a discussion with staff if and when we get to a point where we would want to revisit the balance between capital and operating use of LRM. Not identifying triggers at this point, and then just being a little bit more, my words, like organic and how we implement these. But definitely, I think discussion with all of you. Supportive of document updates. We'll look for ways to make fonts bigger so things are, the really important numbers are more legible. And then I'm hearing general support for the ADP increase using unassigned fund balance, and that's something that we would just revisit. You know, I think with the second quarter budget report every year, depending on financial condition. So those are that's my takeaway. And then I've got good notes. I think Natalie probably does as well on the stations at the community forum.
Perfect. That's a great wrap up of all of this. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's come today. Thank you for everyone who's been giving us feedback and will continue to give us feedback on the budget. And I look forward to many more conversations. So without further ado, I think we'll be ready to wrap this up. Well, the funny thing is, it's not on the agenda. I had this conversation because we technically haven't had any meetings since then because we haven't had a subcommittee assignment until today. So that was the statement. But I also agree that I had an update too. So I don't know if we're allowed to kind of share some thoughts under adjournment. Okay. I look at the.
It's on the agenda.
Oh, it's just not on my script. Ah, I see. Oh, interesting. It's on some people's agendas, not others. All right. Anyway, well, in a very a quick way, I promise. I was able to join this weekend with elected officials from city, county, state, DA, up and down all of California. This is a organization called the Rodell Institute, where we bring people together to have conversations that are willing to kind of go across the aisle from opinions. And this was kind of some very philosophical conversations to very pointed political conversations. There was a moment that Scott Wiener was sitting next to me, so it was very hard not to pepper him with lots of housing questions and how they affected us here in San Luis Obispo, but we will have more conversations. I'll be doing this through January of next year. So I just wanted to publicly thank former Mayor Libby Schaaf for nominating me, and looking forward to bringing San Luis Obispo. This is the first time someone from the Central Coast has been part of this institute. So really excited. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, despite the fact that we didn't have liaison assignments, I filled in as the alternate for Downtown SLO at 2 meetings since we last met, I believe. And one of them was this morning. Good meeting. I also attended a community meeting that Downtown SLO held to talk about the bid that they're working on, and they took a lot of feedback. What is it? Business Improvement District. Sorry, it's late. So they had a community forum where they let business or property owners ask questions of Downtown SLO staff and the consultant that they've been working with. And it seemed like the biggest question people had was, what was the bottom line going to be for their properties? And so I think it was a good discussion, and the downtown board decided to move forward this morning with next steps, phase 2 of that effort. So more information to come on that. All exciting stuff. And then I also filled in, I think we haven't had a meeting since I filled in for the mayor at the menorah lighting on the second night of Hanukkah during the holiday break. So wonderful celebration, lots of people there, and just very vibrant. The downtown plaza was great all month long. So thank you to Downtown SLO and for partnering with us on that.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, the Integrated Waste Management Board had a meeting on the 8th of January. And during that meeting, Peter Crone, the executive director, announced that he is going to be retiring as of April 17th. So it's coming up pretty quickly. An ad hoc committee was appointed to work with a strategic plan and also to be the liaison for the search for the new executive director or an interim director. And by the time we meet as a board the next time, 555 Toro will be the new office. It's being renovated, but just basically cosmetically, everything, it's modern and it's doing fine. Let's see, the Air Pollution Control District meeting is coming on the 17th. So I have nothing there. I did want to suggest that we have an onboarding for just among ourselves and maybe with staff for new responsibilities. For instance, I am going to be on the RAC, the County Water Resources Advisory Committee, so I just would like to meet with Councilmember Francis and a staff member to say, oh, orient me, okay? And I think for all of us, and also the alternates, that we get sort of do our own internal onboarding in case as an alternate, you end up sometimes being in a situation you're not really prepared for. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. On the 8th, I sat in as the alternate on a SLOCOG RTA meeting, and SLOCOG focused on election of officers. Jimmy Paulding is the new president there. Followed by RTA meeting that had a little bit more meat to it. We were talking about an upcoming meeting where we're going to do a deep dive on the increased maintenance costs on the electric buses, which has been a little bit of a surprise, going through tires every 17,000 miles and really having to look at how cold weather was impacting the number of miles that can be traveled on a charge. So we're going to be looking at that a little bit. They're doing a Find Out If Transit Works For You campaign, trying to expand very specific transit plans to individuals so that we can get more ridership on the buses, of RTA buses. And they're talking about a pretty cool Questa partnership. They've got some buses that are due to be retired here soon, and so they've got a Questa course that's going to be working on professional commercial drivers course. They'd like to get the retired RTA buses into their hands if they still have some good miles left into them to help get some more drivers out on the road. And there's a lot of other good stuff, but I think that's kind of the highlight reel. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, you've made it through all of us, and with that, I say good night. We'll see you right back here next week. So look for the agenda packet tomorrow online, and we'll see you back here on the 21st at 5:30.